Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I can't get my headphone in. It's fine. I'm getting it. It's fine. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. My name's ClassyKatie. What do you think of that abrupt fucking stop? Welcome, everybody, and happy time zone to you. Whatever fucking day it is, no one knows. Happy morning, everybody. I got rid of my migraine. I'm feeling like $1,000 today. Not a million. It's still there, but it's nothing like it was. I'm not feeling negative dollars today, and that's a good thing. That's a great day. You can be in two cults. I mean, unless your other cult has like rules. You know, I'm cool with you being in other cults. Like, our cult is not one of those exclusive creepy cults that's like you go to hell if you're not in our cult, you know? It's totally fine. Thank you for the resub, Ike Wolf. There's my alerts. I don't know why they weren't going off in the opening screen. They were there. Like, I saw them. They were on. I don't fucking know. It was weird. Bitches. Fucking Ike Wolf and Old Style. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving a motherfucking anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in every fucking way, because nothing is sexier than pure, sober, consensual everything. Thank you for being here today. Also hi Bunbarian, how are you, love? Oh, should we cheers? I actually I clean my bong as much as you can without cleaner because I'm waiting for a shipment, but I even packed a bowl with a clean bowl. That's like a brand new clean ass bowl, man. We're so fucking ready. Oh, come sugar. Do you love it? I have such a hard time not wearing that hoodie every fucking day. It's just my favorite. It's the best hoodie. It's the best. I don't know why, but it's so good. Like, if Blackcraft Cult would just sponsor me, I could sell that hoodie like nobody's business. Good fucking morning, Kills. How are you, love? Nah, the one I started, we worship Elmo, loathe Rocco, and bring chaos. Like Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life. It's oddly specific. I'm into it. Anubis, good morning, lover. How are you? Void Egg. Thank you for the resub, lover. Dude, Bun, well, I mean, you guys know me. Anybody that's been around my channel for an extended period, like any amount of time, I don't shill things that I don't believe in fully. This is why people won't sponsor me. I won't lie about their product. Like, I will never. You guys are not just numbers to me. You're humans. And I would feel so bad suggesting something shitty. I'm just cleaning up my desk a little. It's kind of a shit show. Cheers. I gotta find a lighter. Do I have a lighter? I have a lighter. We're good. We're good. Not so hot. Check whispers. Oh, God. Whispers don't pop up on this screen for some reason, so I'll have to check it later. Like, whispers are a shit show. They just don't. I don't know what it is. But it's not just me. I know it's not just me. I've talked to a million streamers. They all say the same thing. Like, they're a hit or miss. So it doesn't pop up on my... While I'm streaming, I don't have whispers pop up, which is interesting. Oh my God, Lizzy. Okay, are you ready, Lizzy? I'm ready. I wanted to give people a chance to pack a bowl, you know. Sayorn again, thank you so much. Hey, at 18, can I do butt stuff now? Consensually, of course. Always. Always. Yeah, Mel, there should be a link below my channel, like in the panels. There should be a Secret Labs link down there. And all you have to do, I don't have like a code you put in. You just use the link below my channel to buy your chair. Yeah. Thank you for the resub, Facts, you silly fuck. Almost 9. Oh my God. That's the wrong button.
It's almost time for the baby that I'm gonna eat. Thank you.
I think our mental schedules are aligned. I seem to wake up when you tweet your... That's kind of amazing. Well, Eliza, we've been connected mentally for many years on many unnatural levels. Cheers. For those new to my channel, just swinging by, whatever. My name's ClassyKatie. I do whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want to do it, but most of the time I smoke a lot of pot. You do not need to. I encourage you to cheers with whatever gets you through the day. Your joy, which the alert doesn't work for some reason right now, but please, for the fuck, take your meds. I took mine. Take your fucking meds. You deserve to feel good. Oh, welcome, Viata. You're new. You have an old sub. Oh, Mickey, good morning. There is no Katie. Only Zul. Cheers, everybody. If you would like. caffeine cheers to those who don't imbibe. No pressure. I'm not one of those stoners who thinks everyone can smoke pot. It's just dumb to me. Cheers. Fun, I did. Yeah. I even sent them pictures of myself wearing their clothes scantily clad. But I'm not like a big deal, you know? Like, it's let's put it this way. Brands that have no experience with Twitch have no idea what it's like to sponsor Twitch streamers. They think it's like YouTube or any other social media platform where the more followers you have, the more exposure to whatever you're trying to shill. But every streamer that has any amount of an audience, quote unquote, is a 4 to 8 hour commercial with whatever they're wearing all day. And I don't think like brands have to kind of get into the Twitch sphere to realize that. And the bigger the streamer, the less trust there is, like with the products and stuff. Valkyrie, for instance, who got fucked over, by the way. I totally believe she was fucked in the ass by a company. She was used, like used and abused, but she got fucked. This is the channel I met all my cool friends in. Thank you for the follows. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you. Take my breath away with your choice. Show my fucked up family day. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I invite you and your brethren to take your pants off, place your hand in my genitals, and enjoy your time here. I don't stream in pants on them, for I invite you to the same. Embrace your goddamn nudity, mother fluffer. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I'm low-key shaming you for a second. Simon flew to Colorado again before me. Excuse me, what? Oh, he's on my list. Clary, I feel the same. I feel that every morning. Yeah. I can do it faster, facts. Believe it or not, I used to say that for every single follow. Like, every single follow that came through. Like, if someone rated me with 1,000 people and I got 1,000 follows, every single one. It was a nightmare. A literal nightmare. I stopped because it was just becoming excessive. Oh, for a funeral? Well, that's really sad, but, like, I don't see why you couldn't have crawled in his suitcase and just come and stayed with me. Why is he like this? What a douche. Fucking Pyro just gifted 5 subs in the channel. Not only did he give you a subscription to one of the coolest channels on Twitch, he also gifted you a month of no ads. For those of you who don't know, on Twitch, Twitch survives because of ads, as does pretty much every website in the entire world and anything. And so every couple of hours, I run a 3-minute block of ads, which is the least amount of ads you'll get, I think, anywhere in the world for anything. Like, seriously. TV everywhere. You get less on Twitch than you do anywhere else. But, yeah, no ads for a month, which is an amazing gift. Pyro, thank you so much. Adam Scars, Vigo the Carpathian. That makes me want to sing a song that I can't sing because DMCA. Angel, Y2K, Pendragon, and Ding! Welcome to my channel. You're all butt wizards of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every fucking way because nothing is sexier. Period. Thank you for being here. Good morning, Knives. How are you? My sister talks really fast. I thought I was skilled. I was wrong. It's like the #1 complaint I've gotten about me my whole life is that I talk too fast. So don't worry. It's not a gift. It's a bad. It's like a nervous thing that I developed in my life to like get out what I want to say as fast as possible and then get it over with because of anxiety. And it's just bad now. There was someone who did the peanut butter jelly song for every follower. Holy dicks. No. I mean, I made up my own following thing. The chat helped. If I knew he was flying to, if it was Denver he was flying into, he didn't. I mean, how did you, he needs to communicate. Boulder is literally 20 minutes north of me. That's upsetting. This time, oh, is this the video that you were talking about earlier? Hold on. It's very short. It's 6 seconds. How did that break, though? I'm so sorry, Knives. Oh, God. Thank you, Southern Belle. I appreciate you. I love playing with makeup. It's like my thing. It's like kind of how I wake up in the morning. I sit here and drink a cup of coffee and play with makeup and just I put it all out and kind of experiment on my eyes. I don't wear face makeup or anything, just my eyes. It's only bad thing for people with slow perception. It's a bad thing for people that don't listen. Like people that are just aiming to react and not actually respond. They have a real hard time with my fast talking because you can't react to something you didn't hear. Oh, understanding fast talkers. No shit facts? No way. No way. I'm not that fast, am I? Oh, I talked to my therapist today about my sexual assault. It was the first time I've ever called myself a rape survivor, and I was able to do it because I just kept telling myself, oh, Bunbarian, I am so proud of you, but also I'm gonna cry. My fucking heart. I can't even do that. I'm so nauseatingly proud of you. I can't. Do you feel like, how does that feel? That's some massive personal growth, my bitch. Holy shit. I want to hug you so bad. It's the best I can do. I, I'm for those who are like, what? Acknowledging, I can't even do it. I've never done it with my therapist. You're a bigger person than I am. Acknowledging you're a rape survivor is acknowledging you had no fault in your sexual assault. And the biggest issue with most of us who have been sexually assaulted, raped, whatever the fuck you want to call it, we put it on ourselves. What did we do wrong? Did we dress funny? Did we act too sexual? Did something, something, something? And that is a golf clap doesn't cover it. I don't even know what to do. How do you feel right now? Phoebe, thank you for the resub, lover. I wiggle my butt with you. How do you feel, really? Oh, you're in trim prison again? Dude, you were in trim prison last week. The fuck? I mean, I'm just jealous of all the weed you have, honestly. Honestly, I feel really happy, but also I'm still shaking from it because it was the scariest thing I've done. I've never done that. It's so, that, and it's like, yeah, I don't need to, I don't need to like elaborate on why it's so important and so fucking amazing that you were able to do that verbally. That is huge. I'm huge, as some annoying New Yorkers would say. Good morning, Weapon. How are you, love? I'm disgusted. I'm so happy. I'm just happy for you. Like, that's a huge step in moving beyond the sickness, Zombies, thank you for the resub, lover. That it's accepting that it wasn't your fault. Yes. Saying I am a survivor of rape is saying I did nothing wrong to deserve. There's no deserving rape, sexual assault, so on and so forth, molestation, any of it. And so when you're able to physically say that to a person and you believe it, you're not just like, repeating rhetoric because your therapist thinks you should. That, I mean, it's invaluable. Like you can't put a dollar on that one. That's healing. I mean, that's true healing, and or at least it's a step in it. I don't know if you ever heal from stuff like that. Like, it's always part of you. You never get rid of like trauma, and trauma is such a trigger word these days, but you guys know what I mean. You never really get rid of it, but you learn that it's just part of you and there's nothing wrong with you, and it doesn't mean you're broken or garbage or that you're going to hurt other people just by being around them. You just happen to be in the wrong place, wrong time around a very evil, icky person who they themselves was probably molested, raped, so on and so forth. Like, it's a disgusting cycle and it's horrible. And it's so powerful to be able to own that and say, like, I didn't do anything to deserve what they did to me. Period. Regardless. Because, especially like if it's someone in your family, usually it's someone in the family, someone close to you, they're hitting you with that guilt, like you tell anyone and I'll fucking kill you. You tell anyone they're going to think you're disgusting, they brainwash you so you won't, go forth with it. And that's just, your therapist is a badass with you. Like, you found I mean, I hope you love your therapist because that's sounds to me like an incredibly magical match. Really. Zombies, thank you for the fucking year resub, by the way. I just saw that. You silly dick fuck. Thank you.
And hail the Dank Lord.
My mouth is so dry. I catch so many sex offenders. What do you do, Tara? Like on the internet kind of shit? I couldn't do it. At some point I'll get there. I know it's not my fault. Like I've gotten to that point where I'm like, because I can look at pictures of myself, and I'm sure a lot of you can, growing up. And I can see exactly where it happened. Like I don't remember exactly what age I was or anything, because when you're a kid you black that shit out. But I can see it in the way I started dressing. I start dressing in huge oversized clothes, baggy everything, just covering hoodies, everything. Like I don't know how anyone in my family wasn't like, you can see it. Oh, you're the police in Germany, dude. Good for you. Thank you for doing something other than pulling over speeders. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Kanam Mirov. I hope I said your name right. I apologize if I didn't. Oh my God. I gotta read this out loud. Cum Sugar said this and it's so fucking beautiful. I'm trying to catch up on chat. Sorry guys. It's so important to talk about this stuff because the reason people sit in their misery and wallow and think it's their fault is no one wants to talk about it. Everyone's like, oh, it's icky. Like you don't want to like offend, but like it happened. It's part of us. And regardless of whether or not you talk about it, we're kind of fucked with it forever. It's so important. I'm trying to find fucking dick farts. The chat jumped and I lost. Where'd it go? It's gone. I lost it. God damn it. To be honest, I feel like nearly everyone I know, including myself, has been sexually assaulted. I think I think it's very infrequent to find someone who hasn't been in some way or shape or form, Like, that doesn't make it okay or anything. It's just, it's there. It's, and it's like, you can sweep it under the carpet. You can, like, not talk about it. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do, but it doesn't make it go away, and it doesn't help us to not, Thank you. You are not your scars. You are so much more. Thank you, I was trying so hard to scroll up in the chat, but you guys are being awesome and talking a lot. No shame. You are not your scars. Like, that's so important. So many people, like, I've seen people get diagnosed with a mental disorder or something, for lack of a better word, whatever you want to call it. I have my DSM over here, so I've been reading it lately, but they use it like that's their personification, like I am ADHD, and it's like, nah, you are totally not. Like it just is a facet of how you function in the world day to day. Like you don't have to identify by anything. You just are you, And when your trauma comes from someone else, like someone doing it to you, like anything, beating you, sexually assaulting, anything like that, especially for people who are young and not mature and don't have a fully developed brain, I mean, the people who created you and who are your God, like literally your parents are basically God when you're a child, have hurt you. And that dichotomy in a child brain turns into, I must have done something wrong. And it's so hard to get rid. It's almost, trying to rewrite your thought process because, you don't end up going to therapy until you're way older, right? Like this isn't happening when you're a kid. So think of all the years you wallow in that thought process of, I did something to deserve this mental pain, physical pain, whatever it was. Like, it's fucked. And I think we should have a lot more sympathy for each other and just, what's the word? Wow. Love. I'm trying to think of the, like, the sense of community. Like, instead of just being like, aw, man, ew, that sucks. I don't have anything. Being like, how can I help you? How can I make you more comfortable? How can I make this a more pleasant experience? Like, I don't know. Kindness, man. Abso-fucking-lutely. Discord just took a big shit. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Okay, so if anyone's having Discord problems, apparently it just took a gigantic dump. Like, it's literally closed down, so sick. Sick. Camaraderie? Kind of, yeah. Like, empathy, maybe? I don't know. People tend to just, I don't know what's going on in your head, so I'm going to stay away kind of thing. And it's like, that's the last thing we want from you. We would like you to understand how we think and to just accept it and not, That raises an interesting question. Does application of therapy in relation to when it happened have better results? Abso-fucking-lutely. 120 bajillion percent. Yes. Pi to the infinite. 100%. Yeah. If you think of therapy, it's a medicine, right? It's a form of medicine. It should be preventative medicine. There are countries where literally like every single human being in the country has a therapist. If you go to, it's in South America. I want to say it's Buenos Aires or something like that. I watched a Anthony Bourdain episode on it, and literally people have a therapist from the moment they're like born, and it's normal. Everybody has a therapist. You just go to a therapist once a week. It's just what you do. Everybody does. You'd be weird not to have one. And I feel like if we practiced, preventative therapy medicine, maybe we could avoid these traumas happening. Because like I said, and I don't need to say it for you guys to know it, you guys are educated humans, it's a cycle. Usually, granted, there are outliers, usually a traumatized person traumatizes people in the most general terms. And you have to stop that cycle somewhere. And if you think about it, if that human being would have had therapy before their child was born, so on and so, you know what I mean? Thank you, Nerve Wrecked, for the fucking resub, lover. You don't have to like the people that you're kind to. Be kind because you are kind, not because others do or don't deserve it. 100% agree. Just being a human, you deserve kindness, unless you're Trump. I have opinions. My attacker was my first boyfriend. Oh, God. It was absolutely date rape, and that's absolutely real. You love someone so much, you want them to love you back, so it's your fault, and you are to blame. Your brain can really brainwash you. Like, brains are crazy. The brain is the only organ in your body that named itself, and mine is literally talking about itself right now. And thinking about itself. Like, I'm thinking about it, thinking about itself, thinking about itself, thinking about itself. The brain is very powerful muscle. It's not a real muscle. You guys know what I mean? It's insanely powerful. And we got to take care of our brains. Like, I've talked about this before because, like, I take Adderall. I have major ADHD. I have for years, my whole life. Shocker. And people will come at me and be like, it's basically meth. First off, I have a degree in chemistry. Go fuck yourself. Don't come at me with chemistry. No, go away. Secondly, how dare you shame someone for trying to feel better? I don't care how well my kidneys work if I want to kill myself. Plain and fucking simple. And that's what my head does. So I'll drink some water and cranberry juice and hope for the best. But if your brain isn't being kind to you, in my opinion, nothing feels like it really matters beyond that, It's speed, damn it, right? Like, at least it's ephedrine if you want to get real. Let's use real words, for fuck's sake. Do not mistake my kindness as weakness. And that's a big thing I've noticed. I've seen that too. Like, people, if you're nice, you're a snowflake and you're weak and all this shit. I swear I read somewhere about certain kinds of therapy happening soon enough after a traumatic incident can prevent the strongest aspects of PTSD, like flashbacks and such. Absolutely. I've read the same. I've read a ton of reports on it. Like, the sooner you can catch, it's like an illness, right? The sooner you can catch the illness and get meds on board, the better off you're going to be, the less of a, the less, like, damage after the disease, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. The brain is so conceited, Alex. I swear to God, my brain is actually just a second person behind me. At the same time, ice cubes, maybe. It's the same kind of people that talk about yoga mats and food. What? Wait, what? Mine's a jerk. It is, and you have to, and your brain is developed by the voices around you as a child. So if the voices around you as a child were jerks, your brain is going to sound like a jerk, and you have to rewrite it to not be a jerk. It's just an organ that malfunctions just like any other. Exactly. The scary thing is that it, like, just, I don't know, I feel like it just takes over everything. Mark, good morning. Night for you. Welcome for 15 minutes. We're talking about mental health, as usual. Oh my God, nerve wrack. That happens. I mean, literally, my doctor, when I first went and saw a psychiatrist years and years and years ago, he asked me straight up, he's like, have you ever experimented with drugs and speed and shit? And I was like, my entire life. Like, I will take, before I was medicated, mind you, I would have taken any drug you slapped in front of me just to escape my natural state of existence because it was so chaotic. Just my brain. I didn't have words for what was going on. I had no diagnosis, never seen a therapist. Like, it was just a shit fire in my head all the time. And he straight up said, he's like, 80, people with ADHD, like really bad ADHD, like on the spectrum, they cannot function in normal everyday life because of their brain. They tend to they'll not self-diagnose, they tend to self-medicate with drugs, speed, caffeine. I've told you guys this. I used to drink like a case of Diet Coke a week, and that was just what I drank when I was at home. When I went to school, I would drink Diet Coke all day. I would get out of a pop machine, and then I would go to work at a taco time and literally just refill a giant big gulp thing with Diet Coke all day. I was drinking. I couldn't even tell you how many milligrams of caffeine I was taking in a day, but it was not good milligrams. But if I didn't, I was a nutball. And he said a lot of people do that with like speedy drugs because if you actually have ADHD, it neutralizes it. It makes you slow down as opposed to speed up. Same, Lizzy, absolutely. Slurm, what's up, lover? How you doing? Clary, 100%. I mean, I was just called weird so many times. Like, I could not tell you the amount of time. Like, I can see the face. I can see my mom's face. She gets this look. Don't be weird. And that was when she was done with me. That was like, okay, I'm done with your whatever this is going on. And I would just feel so gross. I would be like, a minute ago you were laughing and now I'm weird and you hate me and you're looking at me like I'm gross. Like it was and you assume it's just you, you know. Just had a grouse fly into the window closest to me. A grouse? What?
Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
What? I know it's a bird, but why the fuck did it fly inside her house where cats are? Nerve, and that's literally was my entire life. Now I drink like 2 cups of coffee a day and like a Monster just because I like them. I don't overdose. Like I actually can get too much caffeine if I'm sure everyone's done this. Too many cups of coffee and you get those icky shakes and your heart feels funny. I actually get that now. Whereas before I could just, I mean, I could have intravenously put caffeine in my system and nothing would happen. Work tomorrow, then off till Tuesday? Fuck yes. Oh, it's your birthday on Saturday? You better remind me to sing to you. Bird things. The bird needs a hug, maybe? From a cat? How do you find that weed affects your ADHD meds? So I don't. I notice zero effect at all.
I'm gay.
One moment.
Fohammer underscore 419 tipped $5. CK, I found my latest sexual kink is listening to Alex Jones' depositions where he gets broken harder than a sub after the sub acts super bratty. I needed this especially after Odd shamed me for one of my other kinks that I wanted to share with the Mew.
But why? What? Rod, why you gotta kink shame Zoe all the time? So just to answer this question before I forget and ADHD off into something else, some other tangent, Lizzy. I don't notice it affects my ADHD meds in any way, shape, or form. Because I've been smoking weed every day since I was 11 years old. Pretty much. I mean, give and take some tea breaks here and there. Job dry spells, you know. So my natural state is kind of stoned. However, if I don't have my ADHD meds, I smoke double. easily double what I smoke if I have my ADHD meds. Because weed does for me kind of what the ADHD does. It just slows me down just enough. My biggest problem, and I think this comes from the ADHD. I don't know. I got a lot of shit going wrong with me, but I have this thing where like I can be completely enjoying what I'm doing. I'm doing something that definitely gives me pleasure, like painting or doing my nails or makeup or something. But I'm getting anxious about another thing I want to do that is also fun. And then I can't do either thing because I just end up an anxious mess and I go for a run instead, which is nobody likes. Like, I get paralyzed by it. It's very bizarre. Whereas if I smoke a bowl, I can just enjoy the one thing and I'm not thinking about the 10 other things I want to do that are also exciting. You know? It's the dumbest feeling because you're like upset that you have things you want to do that are fun. Like, it's really weird. I'm trying to see what it's doing with all my meds, but to be honest, yesterday I was high and also had my stimulant and I was so creatively productive. So they also, the way THC interacts in your body and the way that ADHD meds, most ADHD meds, I'm assuming you take like like a escitalopram or not escitalopram, excuse me, that's Lexapro. What's Concerta? I'm trying to think of the name for Concerta. I can't remember it. But if you're taking like a Ritalin, yep, any kind of upper, those are designed to be digested by your stomach and then breach your blood-brain barrier in your head. So the vessels that feed oxygen to your brain are very, very specialty designed so that nothing weird can get into your brain from your blood. So when chemists design these drugs that we do want to get into your brain, they have to design them to be the exact shape to break that blood-brain barrier, to actually permeate the barrier of the vessels to get into your brain. I know that was a really long, roundabout way of getting to what we're talking about, but that's what most meds that you swallow and eat do. Marijuana does not do that. It goes straight into your blood via the AA gradient between your lungs and your pulmonary artery, as opposed to having to be digested, which is why edibles are such a hit. Like, nobody knows. I couldn't tell you how edibles are going to affect you, and you can't tell them how they're going to affect me, or when, or why. It's just like whatever your stomach decides, you know? Yeah, it's fascinating. I did I did inorganic. I have a degree. I have a undergrad degree. I have a bachelor's in inorganic chemistry, so that's about as far as I can go on that kind of shit. I'm not by any means a pharmacist or a specialist. I'm an RT, but I did do that. So we did learn about the blood-brain barrier and how any drug that needs to get to your brain has to be designed specifically for that. If you think of it like, thank you for the resub. Oh, Meepla.
2 fucking years, bitch. You must be horny. What's up?
Weed is absorbed faster, and it has a much depending on the drug, it has a much shorter half-life. So, like, for instance, if I smoke weed, this is the best example I can give, honestly. Hell yeah. If I smoke weed, I know I'm going to be high within a couple seconds of that toke, and I'm going to be completely sober in max 2 hours. Max. Usually for me, it's like an hour, hour and a half. I'm no longer stoned anymore. Like, I'm completely normal again. Whereas if I take an edible, I have to make sure there's nothing I have to do today or tomorrow because I have no clue. I have no idea. Could kick in an hour, could kick in 6 hours, could last for 2 hours, could last for 24. And it all has to do with, like, what was the edible made of? Was it all sugar? Did it have any fat in it? Like, your body digests all these molecules differently. And THC likes fat. So consuming edibles with fatty foods and greasy foods will sometimes make them last a little bit longer because THC actually hides in the fat cells of your body. Cheers. Did I even answer your question? What was in your stomach already is a huge one. Yeah, if you've eaten, if you haven't eaten. And you guys know me, I don't eat all day, so I just chapstick and then I hit. My lips are... I tried to do lipstick today and I couldn't because my lips are so dry. There's just like flakes. It's disgusting. This edible ain't shit. Seriously, Phoenix, I'm not kidding you. I've eaten an edible candy bar that was 250 milligrams and I felt nothing. I always bring these out, but Legit. I have them up here. I have these edibles. They're by Canyon. I think it's called Canyon is the brand. And they're microdoses. Each edible is only 2.5 milligrams. But if I take 2 of those, I will be fucked for 2 days. Fucked. Like, squinty eyes, red, bloodshot eyes. I mean, you guys know me. I smoke weed all day and I don't get bloodshot eyes. Bloodshot. The Suckets. Yep, the brand is Canyon, and then the actual edibles are called the Suckets. I don't know. They're great, but I have to make sure there's nowhere I have to go or anything I have to do because I get so high. It's quality, how they make the actual THC molecule that they're integrating into the food, how they integrated it into the food. So if you use too high of a heat, it'll actually kill, like not kill, but the THC molecules will bust apart and no longer be THC. They won't be active THC molecules. So heat affects it, and then the ingredients, obviously, how it's being digested. Your body is so weird and so like we know in general how the digestive system works, and I can tell you that, but I can't tell you how you're going to digest a carrot. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of the concept. It's everybody's digestive system is so specialized for what you need. Ooh, I'm not sure if you saw this. Krispy Kreme's offering a free dozen glazed donuts if you donate blood anytime between now and the end of January. When was my last tattoo? I don't know if I can. Fuck. I have this big tattoo and they won't. What is it? I have to look up Colorado's things. In Washington State, you can't donate blood if you've had a tattoo in the last year. It's so stupid. But I don't know about Colorado yet. And they love my blood. I have AB negative blood. Or, no, not AB, excuse me. I have B negative blood, which is weird, I guess. They love it. They want it. Oh, baby, oh, baby. I'm down. I don't even like donuts, but I would totally donate blood. I think he likes donuts. Yep, my mom's O positive. I remember she used to get called like 3 times a day when they were in town. You can donate if the tattoo was done by a registered place in the state. Oh, really? I hope Colorado does that. I'm gonna write that down because I do. You should always donate blood. You have no idea. Like, it's the hospital's fault. I'm just gonna flat out say that. It's healthcare's fault. We waste so much blood. So much blood gets wasted. I mean, I've told you guys the stories. I don't need to go into the specifics right now. So much gets wasted. There's never enough. Like, just think of it that way. There's never a time they don't need blood. It doesn't even fucking matter what your blood type is. Hospitals need blood. They won't take your blood if you're gay. I think they will now. I don't think that's happening anymore, is it? That was like a really bad like superstition, you know, that gay people all had AIDS or hepatitis in their blood, but I don't think so anymore. Also, why are they asking if you're gay when you're donating blood? Oh my god. Hold on. Hold up.
Give Americans their health care! Give health care to the people of the U.S.!
Oh, God bless him.
Now! Give
Blood orgy!
their health care!
Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
To the people!
Charlie! I'm laughing out of sadness. Oh. That's beautiful. Bless his heart. We need that. There's one of the responses about LGBTQ people. Wait, what? Thank you for the raid, Charlie. Welcome, Charlie, and all Charlie friends. My name is Katie. We're talking about mental health. Oh, I love the accent. My grandma had it, that. I just can't do an Irish accent at all. Oh, you gave blood? So they do. Well, that's what Crispy just said. They ask if you've had sex in the last 3 months. Are you serious? I mean, lie. We test the blood. Like, we test all the blood we get. So, like, no, I'm a virgin. What are they going to do? Check for your man hymen? I'm going to go fuck themselves. We literally check All the blood when it comes in. All of it. There was a big thing in the 80s where some people in the military did get hepatitis from dirty blood because we didn't know how to test it appropriately. It's all tested. Lie. Give your blood. Fuck that. That's so dumb. That is so ignorant. It's just, oh, it's Flying Circus Monkey said it. Sorry. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, they'll ask if you have had a gay experience if you donate blood or plasma. I have a gay experience every fucking day with my chat. Does that make me dirty? The logistics of a man hymen. It's the foreskin. So that's why we just chop it off at birth now. So you can be manly. I'm going to cheers now. Where's my lighter? I didn't because I just talked too much. Cheers. If what fucks you up? What does facts? Losing a hymen? Most assigned at birth females, i.e., you have a vagina, most of us lose our hymen by like riding a bicycle when we're 5 years old. It's like a nothing piece of skin. Sometimes it just dissolves. I think it's like 1 out of every million assigned at birth females loses their hymen in the act of intercourse. Yeah, it's kind of a no. It's kind of a no. Like if you used a tampon before you fucked, that was gone. You didn't have a hymen. Oh, you got your booster? Fuck yes! Fuck yes. Good, because you work with the public now. Ooh, Alan, I don't know. That's a really good. You know what? I'll ask Neuro right now. Neuro, if you're lurking, the question was, how long after having COVID do you have to wait before donating blood plasma? I'll just message him right now if he's not in here. Sometimes he's lurking. He's a creeper. I actually messaged him the other day because there was a big old study that came out that was like, weed prevents COVID or something like that. And it's not totally untrue, but it's not weed. It's something to do with like high quality CBD. They're studying it. I retweeted a study about it today if you guys want to go read about what they're doing. Okay. Bitch. How long after... Should I say COVID exposure? Or are you asking if you were infected? Like you had symptoms? How long after having symptomatic COVID? Symptomatic COVID should you wait before donating blood? Yep. Symptomatic. You had it and you were symptomatic though, right? Like a lot of people who are vaxxed and boosted will come up testing positive but have no symptoms at all, you know? All those innocent women, oh my god. I can't even talk about that shit. It makes my ass crawl inside itself. The same, oh wait, Nerve, what'd you say? The same questions came at the blood mobile at work. I always thought it was only made sense that they tested blood. Now I know. What the fuck with the questions? Yeah. Seriously, we test. Do you really think we would just like bottle up blood and just put it in people in the hospital and just take your word for it? We all know how good humans' words are now. Nah, dude, we test all of it. Why the fuck? It's such an ignorant question. I'm embarrassed for them. Are there any special requirements for donating plasma? I had COVID over the holidays, and I heard some people are donating convalescent plasma. I don't believe so for plasma specifically. All I know is that in Washington State, they had a weird thing about tattoos. I have a lot of tattoos, so I always have to watch the whole, like, tattoos thing. Like, how long? Like, I got a tattoo. When was it? November? I got a part of it. It's not done, but I got a huge, like, 4-foot tattoo down my side. So, depending on Colorado laws, sometimes they won't let you. Speaking of Katie, COVID's now rolling across my island. Oh, no. Got a class where 9 pupils are home with COVID of 16. And today I had to send a pupil home mid-class. Oh, are they sick? Are they, like, getting sick? I ask because, you know, a lot of people that are vaccinated will come up positive but have no symptoms. It's when you're not vaccinated that you come up with symptoms and you are sick. I really hope those kids are okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, neuro streaming today at 5 ET. What is that for me? That's 3. That's I started so late today. I'll be streaming. Fuck. Oh well. He answered already. Neuro's the best. I love him. Okay, so this is Neuro. Neuro, by the way, if you guys have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about because you're new to my stream or just stopping by, I am a respiratory therapist, registered respiratory therapist. I worked at Johns Hopkins for many years in a surgical trauma center. I have history of working in a tuberculosis center, so on and so forth. And one of my good friends, who is a neurologist who worked with me at Johns Hopkins in the neurosurgeon area, he is a neurosurgeon. He now works with the CDC and he lives up in New York. And he is like the source for true, not exaggerated, no buzzword used, like real information, because he's literally studying it himself. Like he is working to try to debunk this weed one, because if it's true, we need to know. And if it's not true, we need to know. Like he's working really hard on this stuff. So he's amazing. He's a doctor. Awesome dude. Hot husband. Anyways, he says, so the question was, how long after having symptomatic COVID should you wait before donating blood? 14 days after symptoms or 14 days after confirmation of exposure if you're asymptomatic. So, no symptoms, then 14 days after your positive test. If you're symptomatic, 14 days after your symptoms are gone. 100% gone. To clarify, this is why I love him, because he's like me. He won't just give you an answer, he'll tell you why. This is why we go into science. We're why people. A lot of you I know are in science. It's obsessive. I have to know the why. And he just gave it to me without even asking. To clarify, the blood doesn't have COVID or anything. It's more on patient safety and safety of staff. Boosh. So really, it's not that you're risking giving COVID blood. It's risking getting reinfected or infecting the people taking your blood with COVID. That's it. There is no risk. There is no COVID in your blood at all, even if you have COVID. Which is awesome to know. Really, it's just keeping you and the phlebotomists or whoever they are safe. 14 days. And I'd probably do the same with plasma, just because the only difference between giving plasma and blood is that the plasma, they take your blood out, they spin it, they separate the plasma, and then they put the other shit back. Neuro, I fucking love you. I was literally, we're all preaching to give blood. We literally, so Krispy Kreme is giving away a free dozen donuts if you donate blood. In January. So we were talking about like what prevents you from donating blood. To which I learned, by the way, I didn't know this. Apparently they still ask if you're gay or if you've had gay sex in the last 3 months. I don't like that. That's like, I would be embarrassed to ask that question if I was them. Like heavily. I don't like donuts, but I'm still gonna go donate blood. Correct. That is completely false. I fucking love donuts. They're absolutely my favorite food in the world, hence the chocolatey donut emote. I don't like Krispy Kreme. I think they're kind of just boring, but I'll still donate blood. It's silly. It's embarrassing. I mean, it's like Kill said, this is not the 80s. The fuck? I did not know that. Like, I would lie and be like, no, I'm straight. Most of the kids are fine, but we, the teachers, are not protected in any way. Neither are their classmates. Yeah, and that scares me. I thought your island was doing really good with vaxes. Oh, are you taking off? Mark, have a good night. Sleep well. Drink water. Wash your hands. And face. Importante. Hello, LZT, my love. I love you, Neuro. Thank you so much for just being awesome. People were asking questions, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to hit up Neuro. And this is why I love you. I just have to say it because you're here. You didn't just answer my question. You gave me the why, and I didn't even have to ask for it. And I wanted it. This is why I love you. The island's vaccinated, but Omicron doesn't give a fuck. Well, it should. I haven't heard of anybody getting really sick from Omicron if they're vaccinated. That's what's weird. Like, I talked to my mom, Neuro. Like, if you're vaccinated and boosted, you pretty much are asymptomatic, even if you test positive. So it worries me that you've got sick, like, if there's any of them getting sick, you know? It's like they just run plain donuts in her jizz spigot. Thank you so much for being on my side. I've gotten in, like, straight up yelling fights with people over this. I do not understand why everyone's like, oh my god, Krispy Kreme! I don't get it. Why not find a local mom and pop shop and get a fucking apple fritter the size of my ass for $2 and a cup of coffee and a nice place to sit? I don't see the win. Like, I just don't see the win. Concurrent studies are being done with the Pfizer Moderna. I think you can still enroll in trials. Oh, no shit. That's pretty cool. Not all the kids are vax. Parents have gotten conflicted info. Oh, really? I haven't heard any. Like, I watch the late night hosts and they usually cover the crazies on Fox and shit. I haven't seen anyone going after kids yet. Is that real? Because those people deserve to be stomped in the taint. Taint stomped. They deserve to be taint stomped. Say whatever nonsense you want to say. Leave kids the fuck out of it. Period. Nah. Oh my god. Fucking Neuro just got banged. Thank you so much, Sam. Oh. Rod, when I said you could permit people, I didn't mean you had to give them all subs. Like, you're gonna go broke, man. That is not how we permit. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to my boy Neuro. Neuro deserves it. Neuro, hit me with that fucking link again. Give it. I know you got banged. We want to see it. Hello, Ellie Belly, my love. How are you? Our Child Medicine Association would not endorse it for kids. Wow. Ooh, I forgot to ask the pharmacist yesterday, but how long until I've got the full effect of the booster shot? That's an excellent question for Neuro. Guys, I might be a medical professional, but I will never lie. I'm not going to stretch me. I am not a virologist like Neuro, so I'm not going to ever lie. Viata knows this, but you guys know. I don't do that. I will always reach out to people that know. So Neuro says 2 weeks. Thank you, Neuro. I love you. I heard you're streaming today. I'm excited. Ooh, I have a question. I'm fully vaccinated. I don't know if I need to get the booster. Everybody needs to get the booster. Yep. Gerald, if you'd like, I can show you why. I'm a big nerd and I love showing people why viruses are so goddamn scary. They're a horror movie in themselves. They're the horror movie of science. Viruses. People are like, I'm afraid of spiders. And I'm like, bitch, there is literally bacteria on your skin all the time that causes gangrene. Wash your hands. Forget the spider. The booster, it makes your cell service faster, I hear. So if anybody was wondering, by the way, Neuro's answer 2 weeks was, how long after getting the booster is it fully effective? 2 weeks after getting the booster. Thank you, Neuro. I appreciate you. It's that 5G, motherfuckers. I think the blood donation thing was specifically gay male sex ever in lifetime is what excludes you. That's fucking ignorant. Like, I can't think of a more insulting word. It's so ignorant. You know? I mean, what? Thank you. I got this in Disney World. It's it's Coco themed. It's got like the Coco stuff on the inside, and on the back it says "Recuérdame." I love that movie. It makes me cry. It's the movie I put on when I need a good cry.
I'm gay.
Fohammer underscore 419 tipped $5. CK, I told Rod that I wanted to try nuke play with them where I get a neovag installed with a nuclear weapon so we can have a thermonuclear orgasm, and they shamed me and told me it was weird after they agreed to have sex in a tub of baked beans. You.
Hot calling the kettle black, if you know what I mean. Come on. Barbecue sauce is gonna sting. Tell me you ain't kinky. These are not anti-vaxxers. These are actual doctors who are waiting on documentation. Very sensible, but parents never update the info they got. How do they get the info? Is it like sent out by the school? I'm just curious. I really don't know. So they still doubt it. Also, the effects of vaccinating the kids is negligible since Omicron doesn't seem to hit them hard at all. I don't know, man. You put so much effort into like making a kid. I'd try to protect my investment. Put a helmet on it, if you will. Pitching or catching. That is so dumb. Me too. I mean, every fucking time. And now Encanto makes me fucking bawl my eyes out. That's another good one. Again, do not care to hear if they think this plan's a trans woman as well. I just don't see how it's any business of the phlebotomist taking your blood donation to ask if you're trans or gay. It's so ignorant. It has nothing to do with your blood in any way, shape, or form. We test all the blood we take in. It's not like you could be like, I don't have HIV. Tee hee hee. That doesn't happen. That doesn't work. You know? Yeast infection for everyone. We don't talk about Bruno, no. I'm gonna get in trouble by Disney. Don't you do it. Can you tell I've watched that movie a few times? I watch a lot of Disney when I have migraines because they're just easy. They tend not to have like, some movies will be like really quiet, and then all of a sudden there's a really quiet. Disney, it's like all loud or all quiet with music. It's easy to put on the background. It's the official association for pediatricians. That scares me. They give it out to the parents, but the parents didn't get it. Please, my mom has tested positive Sunday. She's also vaccinated. She has extremely bad asthma, and she has lost 30% of her lung capacity. I want to protect her at all costs, as do I. As a respiratory therapist, I'm here for your mom. Seriously, I'm not joking. I want to protect her at all costs. I lost my dad to COVID right before the pandemic. They said it was ARDS. Oh my God. I'm going to cry. I'm so sorry that happened. Both of my parents, I'm going to cry. That's just, I love you, and I'm so sorry that happened. Both of my parents got like deathly ill right before the COVID thing was announced. And I am so fucking thankful they're still alive. But Jesus God, that's just not fair. Yes, I would love to give you a layman's education on viruses and how scary they are and how important it is to get the vaccination. Again, layman's, like, I'm not a virologist. However, I do understand how viruses work, and it's just not something that's taught. It's not that I'm saying you guys are dumb. Like, I went through a lot of school to get this. It's not taught as general education, which I totally think it should, because everybody gets sick. Everybody gets sick. Like, it doesn't matter what the virus is. It doesn't have to be like a pandemic virus. It can be just a flu or a cold. But everybody should understand how your body works, right? I think. Discord is fucked, Pyro. Yeah, it's like super down for everyone. I'm so sorry that happened, and I'm so sorry you lost a parent. It is just, that's not fair. So, if you're new to my channel or Twitch or whatever, Twitch runs off ads, and it's about that time where I manually run an ad so that the ads don't just pop up in the middle of us talking about stuff, because that's just not fair. I don't think you should have to give me money to be uninterrupted by stupid ads. It's just ridiculous. No one else does that. Like, it's only happening here because it's live content. So I manually run them once every couple hours. It's only 3 minutes, which is the least you're ever going to get ever, anywhere, ever. But it's like a necessary evil. So let's take a quick break. Stand up, stretch your legs, get some water. And then when we come back, I'll give you one of my famous paint, MS Paint science lessons. It makes too much sense. I mean, it's almost like, why would you teach us how to do our taxes? Or buy a house? Or not end up in eternal debt from student loans? I don't know, weird. It's almost like they want to set American children up for failure. Wow. All right, break. Seriously. Stretch your legs, stand up. I always suggest it. The number one way gamers die is blood clots forming in your legs. Over a 6-hour gaming night, you stand up, it goes to your heart, and Bob's your uncle. Little Timmy, Jimmy, and Bobby Jean get to watch you drop dead eating Doritos. Don't do it. Drink water. Stretch your legs. Stand up in your seat. Get a stretch. Yeah. And then, yeah, I've got MS Paint up, so when I come back, I'll give you guys, a lot of my channel's gotten this lesson, so no, like, feel free to, like, chime in if I forget something or say something wrong, of course. Always. I don't support an echo chamber. I want to know when I'm wrong, but I've done this. I mean, I'm not going that specific, but moral of the story, if you can't come back after the break, Viruses are fucking scary. They're not alive, and antibiotics do fuck all for them. Period. If you'd like to know more, stick around. I'll be right back. Like. Dun, 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 dun. Movie quote? Alright. I got my eyes on you. Don't you be coming for my bugs. My bugs! My bugs! My bugs! My bugs! Name the movie. Nafox, bitch. Thank you for the 6-month resub, you sneaky hoe. Thank you. Repost. What happens is that the state went out and said, get your kids vaxxed. And they did so. I gotta put my heating pad out. It's fucking cold. We got so much snow. Holy shit. And it just froze. And they did so before the studies on young kids getting vaxxed. So the National Association for Pediatric Doctors said they would not recommend it till they had the data. The parents heard bad for your kids and then wrote it off and never updated it. Okay. I don't have kids. It's hard for me to comment on the kid stuff, like, because in my mind, I would probably stay up to date on the information to keep my kids safe. Because from what I gather, I mean, parents in chat, you kind of like the kids, right? Like, you might not like them, but you, like, instinctually would die for them. But there's some parents that not only wouldn't die for their kid, they just won't take them to get a vaccination. That is approved now, like, officially, you know. It's kind of wild to me. It's like not putting a helmet on your kid and giving them a motorcycle. Like, they might not get hurt. There's a huge chance they're gonna fucking die. I used to work in a hospital right on a really busy highway, so I had a lot of motorcycle accidents. It was terrible. Now I date Zach. Irony. Right, like, I totally get that my parents absolutely don't like us all the time, and that's okay. I don't like them all the time. Why would I... Like, I think that's a really weird dichotomy that I'm allowed to say I fucking hate my parents sometimes, but they're not allowed to dislike me. Like, I know they love me. They don't have to like me all the time. And then you get insurance money, right? I don't know if that's how it works. Although I did learn today that it's illegal to sell or buy a child in America, and someone tried. Like, a woman just approached a mother in a grocery store who had a little boy in her cart, like a little child, and, like, offered her $4,500 or something crazy to buy, and then followed her to her car trying to buy it. Was it $500K? I thought it was way less. My bad. $500K. Like, what?
Come out.
What? What?
I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5.
What are you doing?
CK, a friend and I talked about the first things we used as dildos. They used a holiday M&M candy cane. I used the Titan II missile with a W-53 warhead, and I caused the 1980 Damascus, Arkansas nuclear incident too. Woo, 100% honest. Nuclear weapons policy gets me wet.
Just for reference, this is how big Foe's anus was the first time. Wow. This is an image from inside Foe's anus. I love you, Zoe. You're so nasty. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, my heart. Oh, but you don't know if that's how it doesn't work. You're not wrong. I mean, I haven't got COVID yet. I did get tested finally. Like a couple weeks ago, I got tested because I had this really bad sinus infection that was going on. And I've been hailing Satan the whole time. I'm not saying hailing Satan prevents COVID, but I'm not saying it doesn't.
Hail Satan.
No one understands. Sadly, no one understands here, Katie. They now say we all need to get it, and it's not that bad. Meanwhile, here I'm at a high-risk group working with no PPE. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but Mickey is a teacher, as are a lot of my chat. And as far as I've seen so far, teachers aren't allowed to wear masks, even if the kids aren't vaccinated, even if the kids have been exposed, because the kids need to see their mouth. So, hug a teacher. Give them $1 million. I don't know. Whatever you need to do, like, for fuck's sake. It's insane. It's insanity. I agree 100%. Like, what are we going to do when all the teachers get COVID and die or whatever, you know? Like, or quit because they're sick of it. Like, that's literally, I was reading, this was a couple of weeks ago. We have a national shortage of bus drivers because bus drivers have said, go fuck yourself. I'm not putting myself at risk this way because they wouldn't let bus drivers wear PPE. And they were loading up buses full of like 100 kids that had maybe been dipped in COVID. Like, nobody knows. Oh, Rod, oh my God. I'm so excited for her. Is she nervous? Is she excited? Is your sister a teacher? Nerve, give her an extra squeeze for me. I have so many friends who are teachers, and it's just the horror stories I hear here and IRL and Twitter everywhere. Like, it's not one country; it's teachers all over the world are treated like shit, and they're literally raising your kids for you. I need more pot for this. Cheers. Bull V, what's up? Shield plate, I know. They might as well say, man, we can live without you. You were expendable. That's basically what they're saying to all public service workers. It's insane. Show me what that mouth do, teacher. Ooh, woo, woo. Seriously, like what? Do you want to know how often I looked at my teacher's mouth or at my teacher when they were speaking? Oh yeah, nurses, respiratory therapists. Like I was talking about this the other day. Dead cow. My mom's a manager of a hospital, but she's still like a working therapist because they're so shorthanded. And she cannot get people to come in because they're being paid so much they don't need to come in. Like they've gotten to the point where if they come in anymore for extra shifts, they're gonna get taxed in a new bracket that will fuck all the overtime they've taken for the year. So like now it's okay because the year's over, so she's able to actually call people in. But the last 6 months, she can't get anyone to come work because they can't. Like they're being paid so much. Like a normal respiratory therapist in the Seattle area makes like $40 an hour, American dollars ish before taxes. These guys were making upwards of $300 an hour with all of the like bonuses stacked. You know, like high needs, high risk, blah blah blah, and they literally can't come in. It's insane. Phoebe, I don't know how taxes work exactly. I could be saying it wrong. I've never been near another tax bracket. She's comp sci, so she can just tell her students to stay seated. That's yeah, and that's most of the teachers in my chat are like little kid teachers. And kids, I mean, how the fuck? I remember when COVID first hit. One of my oldest friends that met on Twitch, still friends to this day, Sarah. She is a teacher of very small children, and when COVID first hit, they were they were going to send the kids back to school. Like we're talking like 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, and she had to somehow function in a classroom, and the kids weren't allowed to touch each other. They couldn't speak to each other. They had to be like, their desks had to be separated all weird in the classroom. And her school was making her single-handedly fund all this. And she put together like one of those it's not a GoFundMe, but it's a teachers use this specifically where you can go buy supplies for the teacher's classroom. And you guys, chat fucking wrecked her life. You guys bought her like double everything. Like she had to make individual kits of like color crayons for each kid because they couldn't share anymore. Like it was just it was asinine. It was crazy. It's craziness, right? To ask, I mean, it'd be like being a respiratory therapist and then being like, you have to bring your own ventilators to work. You know? Like, what? It's kind of insane. I really think teachers need to be treated better, like, in all forms. It's so bad. And then now they're, and on top of all this, teachers, we all know teachers are paid horrible unless you're a tenured professor, in which case you're probably a terrible teacher because you're tenured and you don't have to try anymore. In my experience, every tenured professor I ever had did not give a single fuck about me or anything. They're just making, bare minimum, they're scraping. It's crazy. It's crazy. And if you think about it, like, I'm not shaming, this is just the world, but kids spend the majority of their life with their teachers. They don't spend it with their parents. Most parents have to work, both parents. Like, most parents aren't home. I was a latchkey kid. Like, who the fuck wasn't a latchkey kid? If you know the term, that was like a big 90s, 80s term, but going home with a key because no one's home when you get home. Like, that's really common, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's basically what we have to do to survive these days. But wouldn't you want the people that are literally molding the way your children are going to become as adults to maybe want to be there? I don't know. Just me thinking. I don't have kids, so it's hard for me to talk on it because I don't want to be offensive. It's just me thinking about it. Like, It's crazy. If you have it, okay, so this is, thank you, Phoebe. I really don't know this stuff. If you have a tax threshold at, say, 250,000, wow, imagine. Hi, Vogel. Thank you for the Bezos bucks, boo-boo. And the 15 months lover. Okay, I want to learn this. I'm going to read and actually absorb it. If you have a tax threshold at, say, 250,000, and you make 250,000 and $1, only the $1 you made over the threshold is taxed at the higher rate. Oh, the rest is taxed at the rate for the 250 below. That's really nice. I had no idea. See, I've been poor most of my life, so we stay in those real low. We don't really worry. We just don't want to pay. I think Phoebe's talking about America, I would assume. Some places do not operate by marginal tax. What is that like is marginal tax a pretty common thing? Like, do you guys, I'm honestly curious. I really don't know. I like to learn though. It still sucks. It sucks because how else do you, I mean, usually that's how you get your employees to come in is money incentives. Like we will, the only reason I worked Christmas every year is because I got paid time and a half to sit and do nothing because no one comes in on Christmas. They come in the day after Christmas. So it was amazing. But if you no longer have money to incentivize your employees to come in and literally physically, mentally, and emotionally exhaust themselves by either watching people die who tried to save themselves or watching people die who are still screaming that it's not COVID, don't touch me, where's my ivermectin paste? I can't fathom what that mentally is doing to our healthcare professionals right now. I don't work in a hospital practicing respiratory anymore. Obviously, I do this full time. I can't imagine. Like, I had a lot of patients that told me to go get raped, go fuck myself. They're going to hunt me down at my house and kill me. That was emotionally traumatizing. But every fucking day, having people come to the hospital and then tell you everything you're trying to do for them is wrong and that they know better and that they want ivermectin paste in a hospital. I mean, people are suing hospitals for not carrying ivermectin paste. I'm not kidding. That's real. And what's more sick is some lawyer took that, which, wow. I get real mad about it. I'm real mad these days. The world has just really disappointed me. Marginal tax is very common. In the EU, it is. Cool. That's mostly what I was curious. Like, is it a common thing in, like, the countries that I'm familiar with that my friends are from, or is it mostly, like, an America thing? I'm surprised your wife hasn't quit, Kill. I'm talking any healthcare professional. When I say nurse, I know Kill knows this, and people who are nurses know this. When you go to the hospital, and by you I mean a patient, pretty much anyone in scrubs is a nurse. They don't know. They have no idea who's coming in and out of the room. We're all just nurses. And then if there's a lab coat, you assume that person's a doctor, right? That's just the way the world works. So when I say nurse, I pretty much mean anyone not a doctor. I know that's really insulting, but I mean, there's so many people in a hospital. You really don't understand how many people are coming in and out of your room. We all have really specialized, areas of study and shit. We all go to like the same general medical schooling and then we specialize, but we all look the same. They're all fucking exhausted. I mean, CNAs have got to be beat to shit right now. They were beat to shit when I was working in the hospitals and it wasn't COVID yet. I wish those people would go home and eat their own ivermectin paste instead of taking a bed from somebody who isn't not. And that's the crazy part. And I've felt this even before COVID. When people come to the hospital and don't want help, I'm like, why did you come here? What do you want? And it happens all the time. They come in and they're, smoke 3 packs a day and are, morbidly obese, which I have no stigma against fat. I have lots of fat on my ass. However, when you're morbidly obese, it means the fat's actually killing you. And they look at me and they're like, I don't know why I can't breathe. And I'm like, okay, well, you smoke a lot of cigarettes. Have you ever thought of cutting back? Well, you're a fucking ray of sunshine. Okay. Sick. Why did you come here? It's really fucking weird. It's so weird because you're gonna get stuck with the bill. I mean, it's bizarre. And there's so many people who can't get a hospital bed right now because they're full. I don't even think it's boomers. I think it's the people older than boomers, to be honest, Phoenix. I think it's like, because my mom's a baby boomer. My parents are baby boomers. Pretty much anyone my age has baby boomer parents. We're like the second boom. They are not as crazy. It's like the people right above them. It's like the people that were like born in the late 40s, I feel like. My oldest aunts, they are 70, they're twins. They're 72 now, I think. 72 or 73. They are nutballs, psychotic, Trumper anti-vaxxers. They don't trust anybody. They don't trust the government. They don't trust religion. But they were also raised in a very like religious Catholic parochial school where they were convinced until they were 18 and got married that if they sat on a boy's lap or kissed a boy, they'd get pregnant. So they have a lot of distrust in general, and I think it's that generation that has that distrust. Because there was, a period of time where commercials could lie to you. Everybody could lie to you and say whatever the fuck they wanted to say. They could claim anything on any medication, Like, you guys know there was fucking cocaine and shit. Like, they could do anything. And then when our government stepped in and kind of started reining it back, like the latest one I think was sometime in the early 2000s, they made it so companies couldn't make fun of each other in commercials anymore. So if you notice, like, if there was a commercial for a laundry detergent, it would say, like, the leading brand, and it would just be a white bottle instead of saying, like, All versus Tide or whatever the brands are these days. Those are things they've stepped in and done. But I sympathize with the distrust. Like, I do get it. I don't get it taking it to the length of, like, killing everyone I love and dying, but I get it. Like, I understand where you would get this, like, to compare it to my generation, the millennials. Every generation's going to have a nasty name that we're all called. I've just accepted it. So I'm going to embrace millennial. Like, this is my life now. Millennials, we are despised. But if you think about it, we were the generation that was thrusted kind of first into this horrible, this system of loans. What up, Tony?
Hail the dank lord, bitch. I love you.
Fuck, my brain thought train. So bad. What was the last thing I said? Jesus fuck. My generation, millennials. Oh, so we got thrust in this whole student loan crisis. So, like, the world hates us because we won't buy houses and we're not having kids, but they don't understand that we busted out of college with more debt than a full-grown child and a house is. Why the fuck would I want a child or a house? And everyone lied to us about it. They were like, oh yeah, get student loans. It won't be that bad. You'll have a really low APR. You'll pay it off before you're out of school. You'll have education. You're only going to go for 4 years. Raise your hand if you got out of college in 4 years. The average college education takes at least 6 years these days, just because you have to wait for classes because they only come around once a year and shit like that. And so I have a massive distrust of that shit. Like, I fucking hate the government. I hate them. They tried to ruin me. And, like, if you default once on these loans where you have to pay at least $1,000 a month, I'm not kidding you. Like, my minimum loan payment on my student loans were $1,500 a month. That's 1.5 times my rent for a house. And if you default on it once, you are fucked. They destroy your life. It's insane. Thank you for the resub. Sorry, I was kind of in a heated moment. David! Thank you for the resub, David. How are you, lover? Oh, dude, Gerald, my mom works in it. Thank God my mom's trying to retire. She's, like, training the new employee that's going to take her job. But I've said the same thing to my mom. She's 60... I want to say she's 68 or 69. What's this year? 2022? 69. She turned 69 this year, excuse me. Hey-o. And, like, she's healthy. She's worked as a respiratory therapist for the past 40 years, but I don't care. The older you get, the less of an immune system you have. Your body doesn't turn over cells like it used to. That's just facts. Like, it makes me nervous. I totally get it. Oh, I was going to teach you guys about viruses. Let's do it. I completely forgot. I spaced. See? ADHD. It's strong in this one. 4 years for a 2-year degree, and I didn't take any loans, paid for it myself. Oh my God, I wish I would have done that. I could tell you the story of my student loans, but it would depress you. It's just it's so sad. I hate it. Education became for profit, absolutely. That's more than 3 times my rent. I'm saying. Like, that was, and if I didn't pay that, like, that was my first, honestly, that was the first bill I looked at every month, and then I'd work down the list. I borrowed $18K, paid $20, still owe $26. It's sick. Ashley, how the fuck are you, lover? 13 months. What the fuck?
Hail the dank lord.
I love you, sales. Lurk away, lover. I did do my last degree in the allotted 4 hours. The previous degree, nah. Yeah, I think my last 2 degrees I did in the correct amount of time, but those are like it's different than your bachelor's. I feel like your bachelor's will never take the allotted amount of time because I've told you guys my horror stories of waiting an entire year to just get one class because it's only offered once a quarter, or I mean, it's only offered 1 quarter a year. So if you're taking a class during that block, that quarter, that year, you got to wait an entire fucking fiscal year until you can take it. So I went through like 3 extra years of college just waiting. It was ass. Like, it is a joke. Um, 1 semester full time was 1,700. Yeah, my school when I was going. Granted, this was a bit ago. I'm 33, and I went right when I was 18. When I first started going, I went to a school that did quarters, and I believe it was $2,000 a quarter. Now it's $5,000 a quarter. Did the classes or education get better? I don't think so. I cried. Oh, facts. I mean, the release of that anxiety, I can't even fathom. Yeah. Yeah. Undergrad always takes longer. Grad degrees take less time because there are fewer people. Exactly. And you're not, like, both of my degrees, I wasn't really beholden to taking classes specifically. It was just like finishing an allotted amount of coursework and doing the allotted amount of clinical hours on my time. So it wasn't like, I had to go to the classroom at this hour at the school, blah, 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 stuff like that. It's so much easier. Started my BS in 87, finished in 2005. I'm saying, like, the whole 4-year myth, like, is a lie. And we were fed this, like, I feel personally that I was fed a recipe for happy life. And it was just to get me the fuck out. And it was such a lie. Like, I was convinced, like, get good grades, go to college, get a degree, get a nice job, married, house, picket fence, kids, happy. Like, I was fully convinced that's the way it went. Fully convinced. And when you start going through it and like you actually start checking stuff off, but you're still miserable and want to die, you start questioning. I wish I wouldn't have gone to school either. It kills me that I went to 9 years of education and I do this now. But I like this better. This doesn't kill me. But you guys know what I mean. Ooh, Gerald, no problem. Let me know when you're back, and I'll do that. I'll still teach you about viruses. I'm just so scatterbrained. I get really excited to talk to chat, and I forget shit. My MA was $3,600. See, and I was thinking like it was like 2,000 a quarter, and that was like a full schedule. So a full schedule for a quarter was 3 classes usually, but that didn't include the books, which to this day I have because they were so expensive. I cannot stomach throwing them away or donating them or anything. I'm glad I only did 2 years. That's the killer. Like, I feel like I was brainwashed. I had to go to university. I had to stay in dorms. Like, I had to have this college experience. But none of that matters at all, and it's not that fun, in my opinion. My school's $19,000 a semester. What the fuck? Oh my god, David just said, I actually got paid this. You got paid? Wait. I actually got paid the small amount of tuition we paid back last year, 10 years after I finished my degree. Wow. Dude, zombies, I feel that hard. I wouldn't even, I think I had 130,000 in debt, in student debt, to do this full time. This is the school you went to, but like, is it faster? Like, is it just like super intense or something? Like, that's the only way I would pay more. Like, I did that when I was in school. I would do summer classes because they were condensed, like condensed, super intense. You'd go every day of the week, but you'd get them over with in a month. Like, you could do a quarter of classes in 1 month. I did that. It was terrible. I wish I wouldn't have. I wish I would have gone outside, but I don't know what is Concordia. Should I know what this is? justification for higher education was a poster on my dining room's wall. Nuh-uh. I think my parents were brainwashed to think we had to go to college to do that if we went to college, we would do better than them. Because, like, my parents didn't go to college. Neither of them could afford it. My mom's an RT, but back in the day, RT didn't even exist. A respiratory therapist was an inhalation therapist, and they were nuns. She's like, her and my biological dad, he's dead, but they were both respiratory therapists, and they were two of the first licensed respiratory therapists in the world. Like, he was like number 10. So the whole, like, degree is so new. Like, the specialization, I should say. They used to just make nurses do it, but fucking, they're trying. I don't know if they're trying. Nurses probably bitched enough that they were like, you can't make us do everything. We already do the doctor job. Like, for fuck's sake. You know? $15K per quarter? Wow. Is it a good school, though, Vogel? Like, would you say it's worth that? 45? That's too much. Not fast. It's not faster at all. If anything, they require more classes because they have a specific core of religious study classes. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They make you pay for religion classes? What? I don't even know what to say to that. Yeah, like, that'd be like, you have to pay us, and we're going to teach you about unicorns. It's the same. Like, there's the same amount of proof that unicorns, there's actually more proof because we have skeletons of things that kind of were horned, horsey looking things. There's more proof that unicorns existed than God. Wow. Wow, 100% honest. They require New Testament, Old Testament. Oh! That should be illegal. One of them was the most expensive C I ever paid for. That is, I mean, it's not education. It's theology that they're for. Everything hurts inside. We paid around 200 USD for like materials we used during our education, but it turned out the school was allowed to require us to pay for materials, so they paid it all back. I had to buy all my own art materials. I can't even begin to tell you how expensive they were. Why was I raised here? What did I do wrong in a past life? Wow. Lizzy, it's one thing if you want a theology degree. I mean, some people get degrees in mythology and like ancient Greeks, you know, it's one thing to choose it. That's fascinating. But being forced and being charged, I mean, wouldn't you agree? Like, that's kind of, ugh. Ugh. Oh, the cream? Were they assholes? I'd say it's worth it based on the quality of the faculty I've worked with. All highly intelligent, but also worldly and not the holier than thou. That is really valuable. You can study literature too, and it's also all just made up stories. Exactly. I don't think the study of religion is absurd. The forcing of it, I think, is a little absurd. But I guess if it's a religious university, I guess that's kind of accepted, right? Maybe. I'm really guessing. Oh God, here's the fun thing. They're considered a liberal school. What? By those in the Christian homeschool evangelical community. Liberty University and Azusa Pacific are considered more traditional schools. Oh, I did not mean to say theology is not education. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That was really insulting of me to say. Sometimes when I get angry, I just spit words that don't make sense because it's just my thought process vomiting out of my face. I personally love theology, read the whole Bible last 2 years ago on stream. Please, Lizzy knows I'm not a hateful bitch, but for the rest of you that are like, what, Katie? I swear to fuck. I'm so sorry. Being forced to study theology, I think, is fucked. Sorry. I get angry. I get real angry, especially when it comes to education and money, because I mean, I went to school for so many years, so many loans, so much sad. CK's human. I can't be human. You can't be human on the internet. Didn't you guys know? Humanity means canceled. I took one art class for 2 years. Ceramics. Oh, you took ceramics? Oh no. I don't even, what did that cost? Just curious. Well, I am God, but wait, is God infallible or fallible? Shit. Hey person, how's stream? Eyes of a hunter. Hello, other person. Stream is going quite well. I'm having a good time. We're having a good talk. Student loans, you know, the damned millennial generation, whatever. All of us and our avocado toast. Amen facts. If you guys were the typical crowd of Twitch, I couldn't do this either, to be honest. There's a reason why you don't see me in very many other chats. But my mods and I don't put up with bullshit. Sex! Happy hump day, lover. Liberty University has always been a Christian-based university, has it? I didn't go to religious school, thank fuck. True, I am less than human. I'm educated in healthcare, which means we are garbo humans. This is true. This is true. One of my ex-girlfriends who's Jewish actually went to Christian school. They required their students to attend services every Sunday. Oh, she was exempt. That's really nice. I mean, to be honest, like, how could you force a Jew? I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We are fallible and made in his image, right? Boosh. Boosh. That's why my dick is painfully large. It's my flaw. Oh my god, Lizzy. Dude, I love talking to you about religious stuff though, because you're like me, like you don't have a bias on it. Like you believe in it. It's okay to be a Christian. You don't have to be biased. You can be Christian and be unbiased, you know, and still look at it like an educated human and be like, all right, some of this is some crazy bullshit. Some of it might happen. Some of it's pretty crazy bullshit. You know? Like that to me is fun. It's fun to talk with someone that is open to talking. You know, there's some people that are just gonna respond, or excuse me, some people will only react and some people will respond. And that's how you can tell who's listening.
Go, Pikachu. Come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer _ 419 tipped $5. CK Fun Nuclear Policy Facts: Russia has an almost fully automated nuclear launch system and the US doesn't have enough nuke interceptors to catch warheads from North Korea, and launching the interceptors could cause a nuclear miscalculation war with Russia.
With us? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. At this point, I kind of think we deserve it. What good have we done? We're a parasite. I don't know. I don't know how hard I'd work. I mean, I've tried so hard just to get people to get vaccinated. Like, I don't know. People won't even save their own life. Yep, my piggy is definitely in Shibari. Uh-huh. I've been keeping up on this the Russia-Ukraine crisis is pretty tragic, actually. I'm being a smartass. It's very sad. Most of my Christian work is me untangling all the colonialist, establishment, mistranslations, and general abuse of anyone by the church, all because Jesus actually wasn't a socialist. Imagine. I'm in a situation where, as poor as I am, I at least have Medicaid, and I have all the meds I need to care for my diabetes. Thank fuck. Seriously, I'm very thankful you do. I'm too poor to owe on student loans, but I start making even minimum wage. I have to pay for both. Yes, and you have to afford them. Isn't that insane? Yes, that's the exact same thing that happened to me. Like, you don't have to pay on them until you make a certain amount of money, but the certain amount of money you're making doesn't make it so you can suddenly pay these insane loans. Like, yeah, it's what? Like, who did this? Where is that soundbite, by the way? Which one? Which soundbite? Which one? Did I miss something? Wait. The class itself was over $700, and 120-pound bag of clay is $50. What the fuck? I've never bought clay before. Jesus Christ. I know, right? Facts. Weird. Delicia, my love. Thank you. 27. Cheers to.
Cheers to that. Jesus Christ, Katie. Thank you, lover.
The nuke interceptors are the same arc as the traditional ICBM and Russian radar systems, would pick them up as a U.S. launch against Russia. The only response that U.S. policymakers have is, we'd tell Russia we aren't launching against them. We're fucked. Huh. My $12,000 school loan is now $50,000. Shut the fuck up. Is that really? Like someone earlier was saying that they started out with a $10,000 loan, I think, and it's turned out to be almost $50,000 like after the payments and after the interest whatever accumulation. Yeah. That happened to mine. My loan got sold like 5 different times. Like seriously, these huge, I mean, we're talking over $100,000 in student loans would get sold to new banks without me even knowing. All of a sudden I'd have a bill from Chase instead of the other bank it was with before, and I'd be like, why do I have 2 student loans? Like they just don't even tell you. Like your loans can just be sold around and traded willy-nilly. Oh, it's fucked. And being like, I mean, let's be honest, when you're 18, you're not an adult. Being a child thrust into the world with more loan debt than most people accumulate in a lifetime, aside from big purchases like a house, like is kind of psychologically fucks you up. No wonder we don't want to buy houses. Why would I want more debt? I know that stress. No, thank you. Debt bundling, yeah. Oh, Music Man, mine was bad. And I mean, yeah, it was just bad. My sister's is worse. Like, she's a lawyer. My sister went to law school, so of course it's worse. She's almost at $200,000 in loans. And, like, people look at her like, why are you complaining? You're a lawyer. Does anyone make that amount of money as a lawyer to, like, happily afford that kind of student loan payment? She has to pay almost $2,000 a month just on student loans. And she's going to be paying those until she's at 48 or something, I think she calculated. 48 years old. It's insane. Like, she makes decent money, but no one's swimming. They do that with mortgages. No shit. The fuck? That seems so illegal to me. The bad part is we have Biden who postures himself as a great negotiator, which clearly his bipartisanship has shown otherwise. He's just a crazy old man, just like all the other people in government. Like, why do we keep being like, yay, crazy old white dudes? I don't get it. I got a lot of opinions. I don't like any of them. I didn't like Hillary either. They're already owned by somebody else. Oh. Oh, where is it? Oh my God, who made that for me? I'm trying to think. It wasn't, I don't think Zoe made it for me. Was it Gek? I'll have to look through my DMs. Someone made it for me randomly, like when we watched the clip. 46 and I have 13 years left. I was going to be paying mine until I was like 69 years old. No shit. It wasn't yay crazy white dudes. It was please not turn up. Exactly. And that's, I mean, Cum Sugar said it better than I could say it. Like, we all said it was between a fart and a shart. Like, I just wanted someone that didn't say pussy all the time. Or that they were going to grab them. I love some rough fucking, but please don't grab my vagina. Oh, was it you, Rod? Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. A lot of people send me cool audio clips. It's not that I forget. I just get a lot of them. But Discord is down. Discord's fuck story, but I'll make a note. Where are my post-its? Mine still has the big error thing up on my screen. Like, just like the no, nothing. But I'll get it. Chapstick. I actually work as someone who writes software to make sure that loan bundling like 2008 doesn't happen again. Thank fuck for you. You are the hero we deserve and need. You know, every penny of my college tuition was lost in that 2008 thing. Every month since my dad died, my mom would get a check for $900 and she put it in a savings account for me and my sister for education. Gone. Gone. I don't even know how much it was. I'd never had the balls to ask. Rod, if you have the soundbite, you want to resend it to me. I think Mickey just wanted. Oh, what clip is it? Like, what's the video clip? Oh my god, Rod, do you have the video clip? Oh, it's so funny. It's the fucking dumbest little clip. Do you want to see it? I can pull it up. If Rod has it, oh yeah, it's so fucking funny. No worries, Rod, if you're busy. Like, obviously, it's not that important. I can look it up. I'm gay. I'll just put that on here. I'll know what that means. I'll know. My dad died because of that economy crash. A lot of people did. It was a terrible time. It was terrible, and it was done by a bunch of terrible people, and nothing bad happened to them at all. Bailouts, my dudes. Oh, Squeaky. Lizzy's lived a fucking life. I've known her for a ridiculous... She was one of my very first followers on Twitch ever. Like, ever. Like, when the skinhead was in my channel, arguing with me over the white supremacy of the world. Ever. Stretch with me, bitches. We actually need to run an ad. I still didn't do my virus lesson. I'm terrible. I purchased for myself a thingy-madoober, thingamabob, that should make it so I can get my iPad onto my screen, but I'm kind of nervous to try it on stream. No crack house stories. Thank fuck. One of the many times I thought you were gonna die. Are there rich people get punished? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know any rich people that I know they're rich. Oh my god, it's so fucking beautiful though. Oh, Kino, what? I don't want to live in this world. What? Kino said apparently white supremacists are going door to door recruiting like Mormons now. I'd take a Mormon any day. I'd take a fucking Jehovah Witness over that, and that's saying a lot. What? Thank you, Rod. I don't even... What? The fuck? They offer pamphlets? Wait. They knock or ring and ask, can we talk to you about white supremacy? You're not fucking with me right now, right? This isn't a joke you've all worked on together, mystically? Vogel, that's literally... I was picturing them like, you answer the door and they're fucking Heiling Hitler out there or something. Like, what? I want to see a pamphlet too. That was my next question. Did you take a pamphlet? Because I need to see the pamphlet. They were putting pamphlets on cars. I know there's neo-Nazis. Like, I grew up near a weird, like, conglomerate of them in northern Idaho. Northern Idaho, there's a city where there's literally, like, skinheads wearing black boots with red laces and shit. It's very strange. I drove through it going camping as a kid or something. I know they're around. Never in my life have I ever even heard of them going door to door asking to talk about white nationalism. What the fucking garbage shitfire is that? Oh, so they're kind of like Mormons then. Lone Rabbit. Oh my god, have you seen them? It was near Farragut Park. Do you know what that is? Farragut Park is where we went camping. And we drove through the town to get to Farragut Park. Hello, technically cake, my love. Apparently, white supremacists are going door to door and offering pamphlets, and I am having a crisis about it right now. What? Oh my god. I don't know if I want to see this. But I feel like I need to.
white nationalists.
I don't want to be alive anymore. Shut the fuck up. Kino said, the pamphlet says, help stop racism. Whites are being oppressed. I need a break. I can't. We're going to watch it when we come back. I seriously cannot watch it right now. I have to go open a door and scream. I like Lord Moldy. White supremacist pamphlets. How many grammatical errors per pamphlet? They're probably handwritten on like notebook paper. Thank you. I have a really hard time being witty when I'm angry, and that shit makes me angry. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I have the video. I have two. I have the video of these actual white supremacists going door to door and inviting you into their cult of white nationality, which that's what it is. It's disgusting. It's racism. If you can find a better word, I'm too angry to think of it right now. But we also have a funny video of a gay Pikachu, which will make you laugh afterwards. So I do have eye bleach prepared. What the fuck? David, yes. What? I don't. Yeah, I gotta go scream out a window. I'm gonna go scream into the atmosphere, void, whatever, and I'll be back in a few. I encourage you to stand up and stretch your legs. I just noticed Velma's out, but I don't think you guys can see her. Not Velma, excuse me, it's Zula. Little bastard. Not showing her pretty face. Anyways, fur is cold. Oh my god, for a whole 420 months. Oh, Bio, what up, dude? Thank you so much for the resub.
You silly fucker. Hail the dank lord. I love you. Do your PT, Missy. I love you.
I have 2 standard poodles. Yep, there's one. And the other one's in the kitchen drinking water. They're almost March 25th. They'll be 2. Insane. Thank you. I love this. I got it in Disney World actually out of necessity because it fucking poured rain and I was freezing. But it's one of my favorites. What's the movie? Coco. I love Coco so much. Such a good movie. Mickey, you can't. Why would I be mad? I don't get mad. It takes a lot to piss me off. It's so cold. We got a shit ton of snow. Like yesterday, it literally pummeled us in snow all day, nonstop. And then it just froze. Like it's been below 0. It's so cold. Like the layer. It's just layers. It's just you live in layers. It's going in and out as layers. Really, I like orange. Thank you. Was it bad? Oh, I can't even imagine. What up, Myron? Myron, did you fucking buy me an air purifier? I mean, not an air purifier, an air humidifier. I got one in the mail yesterday. Victimhood has always been a part of fascism. Again, totally incoherent ideology. They believed that they were simultaneously superior and suppressed. Like, which is it? Fascism doesn't make sense. No. No. I've never been to East Montana. I've heard it's pretty flat. Oh, I have a humidifier in my bedroom. Thank you. I haven't opened it yet. Thank you so much. You really did that. Thank you. I moved to Colorado almost 2 years ago now. Literally the height of the beginning of the pandemic. It was a great time. From Maryland, and I am just desiccating slowly. And I have a humidifier in my bedroom that I have to have, otherwise I can't breathe. That was so fucking thoughtful of you. Thank you. I love you, Mickey. Have a good night. What does this need some people have to hold themselves above others? I don't. I think it's people who were knocked down by someone else. It's always a cycle, right? The furry mom at the school board? What? Tell me she was a nice person. She wasn't. Don't give furries a bad name. All the furries I know are wonderful people. Check DMs on what, though? Discord isn't working. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to, like, restart my computer, which would knock my stream down because it's on my stream computer. On Twitter? Oh, thank fuck. The post lost your Christmas card? No, I'm not going to accept it. I got Christmas cards all through June last year. I can't accept that. It's got to come. No, it's going to come. It's going to. I have to hold faith. I can't accept that they just lose all the shit that goes in the mail. I've tried everything, Nerve. I have been to the doctor a million times. When I was 12, I was stepped on by a horse, my face, and it fucked my sinuses up inside my face, and it gave me this really tiny little cerebral spinal fluid leak that makes my nose runny. So I just, like, am boogers all the time. There's nothing I can, like, do about it. I live on Flonase and humidifiers.
Welcome to the classroom.
Bitch, what?
Hail Satan. What the fuck happened to Satan? Satan. Satan, 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 Satan.
I fixed it.
Hail Satan, motherfuckers.
Fax just fucking gifted 10 subs in the chat. You silly fuck. Did you slip and fall? Thank you so much. Mayshar. Exigent Midnight. I love that word, exigent. You don't get to hear that very often. Cum Sugar. Patterns and Ivy. Uncanny Yandy. The Real C. Milla. Special Sauce. Good name. Shadow Cats, Deciduous Pine, and Mr. Robot Trout. You're all butt wizards of the highest order, which means you have a dope set of emotes. You don't have to suffer ads for like a month in my channel, and you have to go forth and be consensual in everything you do, because nothing is sexier. Thank you, Fax. Well, Rod, aren't you like born and raised though? You're probably like adjusted. I am not. I am a creature of humidity. With work because of some tech support jagoff that was being a rude little bitch to me? Why? Why were they being, like, what? Why? Why? No more ads. Fuck ads. We're not, like, as streamers, we're like, beholden to our contracts. We're not allowed to talk about our income from ads. But, like, theoretically, if we could, I would theoretically tell you, it's shit. Get ad blockers. So, yeah, I got this, like, it's a USB-C to digital AV, multi-adapter, blah, 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 blah. And this should get my iPad to actually work on my PC, but I haven't fucked with it yet because I'm just nervous. I get so angry when things don't work. It's like I have to choose. Like, do I want to choose anger today? Meh. Oh, dude, I was trying to open up Twitter. You beat me. Ma'am, what? You made me look so fucking cool. Shut the fuck up. Lizzy. Dude, you have gotten insanely good. Like, you've always had a talent for art, but like with digital shit like this, like, I can see your growth, and it's kind of amazing. What the fuck? I don't want to put my real face up. I don't look that cool. Can I just leave that up? I'll be a VTuber. Lone, are they worse? I honestly don't know. I have a contract with Twitch that states that every like 2 hours I run 3 minutes of ads. It's a 3-minute bundle, so you could get 20 ads, but it's only 3 minutes. And that's like the least amount of ads I think that I'm aware of that you'll get anywhere. It's like less than you get on porn, YouTube, movies, the movie theater, the radio, TV. But I don't know, other people might do more. Procreate has changed my life too. Seriously, Procreate, it, like turbocharged my growth as an artist. Yeah, it's insane. Isn't it like the most insanely cool thing? Altar, oh my god.
Hail the Dank Lord, bitch. Thank you for the resub.
That's so pretty. I have to save that before I lose it. Before I close all my tabs like an idiot. That's so fucking pretty, Lizzy. How dare you? Thank you. All right. Ooh, what restores your faith in people?
Welcome to the class hall.
Man, that is a tough question. Man. I thought of two things.
Welcome to the class hall.
I thought of two. Heltar just gifted a sub to two people. The Lone Rabbit and Cheshire Jellyfish. Bitches, you know what's up. Dope emotes. Refresh the channel so you don't have to suffer ads. And be consensual in every fucking thing you do. Period. End of story. Okay. I got two. First one. Heltar, thank you. What the fuck?
To the class hall.
Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Perjoss. Perjoss, use a ball wizard that has order, baby. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing is sexier. Oh my god, Heltar, why are you so nice?
To the class hall.
Bitches. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Lord Multibutt. Lord Multibutt, you know what the fuck is up. Consensuality. Dope emotes.
Hailing Satan, all of the above. Bitches.
Okay, I thought of two.
Welcome to the class hall.
Or I didn't. Heltar, thank you. Thank you. You crazy bitch. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to fucking Kino Ghoul. Kino Ghoul, you know what's up. Use a bot was the highest order. No! Don't ever apologize. Don't ever apologize. You're gifting the gift of emotes and like no ads to people. And honestly, that's the best gift you can give anybody in the whole world. Like who the fuck wants to watch ads? Nobody. Thank you so much. Lord. Thank you. Okay, two things. These are the two things that give me hope. Okay.
Welcome.
Heltar. I have three things. Heltar. You're far too kind to me. I don't deserve it. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Rapid Ray, one of my oldest fucking friends ever. Ray. Fuck ads, right? So. I love you, Heltar. You really have perfect timing. Should I try again? All right, two things that restore my faith in humanity are okay, first thing. When I see someone who is like walking down a road and there's no one around, it's like a sidewalk next to a highway or something, you know, there's no people, there's nothing, and they just pick up a piece of trash. That shit will almost get me off. Like, I'll be on the turn for that. No one's there to see them do it. It wasn't because it was in their way. It wasn't anything. They are walking, they see some garbage, and they pick it up.
Welcome to the class hall.
That shit gives me a weddy like no other. It's such a simple thing to do, but the amount of times you can watch someone walk over a Snickers bar wrapper in a sidewalk is pretty phenomenal. It's crazy. Vile, you sick fuck. Thank you for being a dick. Thank you for gifting a sub to Seraphithin. Seraphithin, use Seraphithin. Yep, I said it right. Use a butt wizard, baby. Mech check with that motherfucking resub. Thank you for 22 months of nonsense.
Bitches.
22 used to be my favorite number. It's totally cool. Take your joy. Bitches. I gotta figure out how to make that alert work. I'm gonna make it work somehow. Co-host knows Bill crooked bases of Spirit Box. Shut the fuck up. I love that band so much. Can I meet them? Can I love them? Will the lead singer marry me? What? Okay, second thing that restores my faith in humanity. First thing was just someone picking up trash. There's so much litter in the world. There's so much garbage everywhere. Everywhere you go, there's fucking garbage. And we just ignore it, thinking someone else is going to sweep it up. It's so easy just to like grab it and stick it in your garbage in your car and like take it home and throw it away. That shit gets me. The second thing is maybe a weird thing, but like if I see a child reading a book, I get kind of misty-eyed. That's a big one for me. Like, I actually took a picture of a little girl reading a book at an airport one time and sent it to my mom just to be like, oh my God, there's a child reading a book. Sorry to that person. I took a picture of a child, but she was a cute little girl. It wasn't anything weird. Just like, nobody reads. Nobody, it's phone. You just, mind numbing. That's all I see all day, everywhere, all the time, everywhere, every person. It's everybody. We're all guilty of it. But when I see like a little kid truly like chilling and enjoying a book, man, that really gets me. A book with paper. That restores faith for me. Because it's not just the act of reading, it's the intake of information that is, I think, invaluable. You can't put a price on that for a child. Like, I can't put into words everything you get out of a book by the act of reading a book, intaking a story, imagining the characters. You know, it's so much different than a movie. Movies give you all of the sensory information. You don't get to imagine any of it. But a book, like, my best memories as a child were literally like losing my mind for a book. Like, I would bring the book to restaurants if we went out to dinner, and it would be on my bed, and I'd be everywhere. Like, I couldn't put it down. There is nothing in the world that will do that like a book. I firmly believe, like, there's nothing that gets me like a book. Like, can get me, like, attached like that, I guess. I love having a real book. I have books on my iPad and stuff for, like, if I'm traveling, just because I don't want to lug a giant book around, but I like a fucking book. I don't think it's more valid. There's nothing wrong with a Kindle. Hurts my eyes. That's the only reason I don't really use them. I have a weird thing with blue light. So, like, if I use my iPad and read on it, it's got to be in the dark, and I put it on, like, dark mode, so it's black with white writing. That's the only way I can do it, because it kills my eyes for some reason. But nothing different with them. As long as you read, it's like reading a novel. I don't know what you would say, like, reading a large chunk of information that you get to interpret and imagine and, like, be in your own world. Like, no one can tell you how to read a book or how to digest that, you know? I think it's kind of vital for kids just, like, growing with their brain to read. I meant to ask, you said there was a great series that was a kind of a spin on Alice in Wonderland. Oh my God, yes. Hold on. It was called... I'll get you the author, because there's a couple of them now. The author is Christina Henry. And the first book is literally just called Alice. The second one, I believe, is called Hatcher. Am I wrong? What's the second one called? I can't remember what the second one's called. But it's Christina Henry. Fantastic. Real quick reads. They're like, if you buy the paperback, you know, they're like that big. Like, you could read in a couple days. Easy. Real good, though. Vissy's read them, too. Like, they're really, really well done. Very dark. Very dark. Very dark. I find real books to be unwieldy now that I have read using a Kindle. I'm pretty, like, I've always been picky about books, though. Like, I hate hardbacks. I don't want to read a hardback. Please don't gift me a hardback book. I won't. I'll buy it in a softback. Like, I have to be able to, like, bend my book. I'm terrible. I fucking break the spine. I got to be able to bend it and get comfortable with my book. And I can't stand if it's, like, bigger than this. Like, I don't want some wide fucking book or some skinny book or, like, extra, like, just give me, you guys know what I'm talking about, like, your basic book shape that, you know, most people have figured out, but for some reason, when you new release, you think you're special and we want a big book. I don't want a big book. I want it to be compact, fits my purse. I know. Well, David, you can see, like, well, you can't see it anymore. I have a lot of books. I have many a bookshelf with hundreds, I mean, not thousands. I don't know. I might have 1,000 books at this point, but hundreds of hardbacks. It's not like I turn them down. I just do not enjoy reading a hardback book. It hurts my wrists. It's awkward. If it's between that and an iPad, I'll take my iPad any day. But I love me a little paperback that I can just fucking bend. And I kind of, like, I keep them all, and I look at them, and I'm like, man, look at all the fucking knobs in that spine. I really liked that book. You know, like you can tell how much you really enjoyed a book. Whereas there's some books on my shelf where I've read them, but there's not one bust in the spine. I can tell I wasn't really into that book. Cake, me too. I don't like, I don't know though. What's a special book? I like to have a book. I'm kind of weird. The Dover Thrift Editions? The what? March 4th, Spirit Box is in Denver. Am I becoming an agoraphobe? I feel like I'm starting to just not want to go around people anymore. Like the more this COVID thing goes on, I'm becoming like an agoraphobe. Like I'm like, is that too soon? Is anything going to be better by March 5th? I just have like this horrible inherent distrust of humanity now. Most of y'all still don't wash your hands after you pee. It's crazy. Get a tiny bit more hope every time I browse D&D live play and see kids in their teens and 20s playing D&D. Oh my god, that makes me happy. It offers the tidal wave of realization that fully half of the US population were brought up tragically ignorant and violent. I didn't even know D&D existed till I was in college. I did not even know that was a thing. Had no idea. Sammy, that sounds exciting though. Cheap thin books that are all classic lit. Oh, I haven't seen those. They lifted all restrictions. Are you guys doing better? Right, like I'm not a germaphobe. What happens March 5th? Apparently, the band Spirit Box comes to Colorado, and I love Spirit Box. They're a really good metal band. With a lead singer that's a female and like who fucking sings. Like, holy shit. She'll blow your socks off. Hi, Valen. How you doing, honeybean? Graphic novels, absolutely. Those I'll get the big hardback. Like my D&D books. I've got my Vampire the Masquerade out here for no particular reason at all. Don't worry about it. I love those in hardback because they're beautiful and they're like a piece of art. Yeah, I get that. But just like a book that I'm just gonna read and inhale. Not unreasonably, at least, they found an offspring of Omicron, BA2, that's harder to recognize. Stealth Omicron is what it's being called. One case in Denver in late December. Isolating these days is understandable, and I trust people less than I used to. Yeah, man, I just don't even know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to be anymore. Like, I want to travel, but also, y'all are nasty. I guess before I was just ignorant in assuming people washed their fucking hands after they touched things. I was wrong. They aren't crazy good. Omicron is still going around, but they've determined it's mild enough. Yeah, if you're vaccinated and boosted, Omicron will not kill you, and it very rarely even gives you symptoms. Oh, yes. Her voice is amazing in both forms. Ooh, these are the Dover Thrift. Ooh, and they're paperback? I'm gonna write that down. It's just a more pleasurable reading experience. If anybody reads books, do any of you like chill with a giant hardback book and not have pain in your wrists? Do I have weak wrists? Is this a problem? Do I need to work on it? Dover. Boom. They did that for a while. Barnes & Noble was like releasing like classic literature in these huge hardback books, and I have so many of them because I love to read. And you all know, if you say you like something, your family that doesn't know you very well will cling on to that thing until you die. So, like, they remember me as a 10-year-old reading books all the time because that's what I did. So, to this day, that's what they get me for gifts, which is fine. I'm not ungrateful. But I'll literally go buy the softbacks to read them because they're so uncomfortable. These books, I could go grab one right now. They're huge. That's what I'm saying, David. Like, do I need to do, like, wrist exercises? Like, it burns. Zal be a bitch.
Thank you for the resub, lover. I appreciate you.
Welcome back, Lizzy. I was a Toreador last time, and I'm gonna be a Brujah. That's what I was a Brujah last time. Brujahs are really fun. No customers wearing masks today. Nothing has changed. Those people be nasty before, and they be the same now. Man, come on. Guys, do it for me. Every time you pee, think Katie will appreciate me washing my hands. There's probably poo particles on them, and then I'm going to stick them in my mouth and eyes. But I use my legs to hold it instead of my hands. It's the reason I got a hammock chair from inside the house. Wait. What are you using your legs to hold? Wait. What? Oh my god, books. That makes... I don't know why, but I pictured you helping someone pee by holding their penis with your feet. Too many conversations went together in my head at the same time. It was fascinating and horrifying, and I don't know, I'm glad I was wrong. Why am I like this? I like this bar. I kind of place. I grew up on country music, believe it or not. Oh, Ashley. Oh, so many things. So many things. But good news. Cum sugar ain't helping nobody pee with their feet. So, that's a win in my book. Oh, are you getting your passport? Fuck yes, Knives. I told Knives I've got to take him to Greece or something. He's not left the country yet, and he's my age, to which I was like, what? Not that you have to leave our country to have a good time, but like, there's so many cool places in the world. I need a second GPU for procession. Dude, I wish. Like, imagine if we could update our bodies like we do computers.
Welcome to the class hall.
I mean, I've been there though, Knives. So like, really, who's taking who at this point? Also, I speak a little Greek. Ifaristo. Little. I can't even say little in Greek. I don't know. Un poquito. Cheers. Thank you, Avery, for the fucking resub, bitch. Let us cheers. Ashley has required it as she just joined a fucking gym. Good for you. That's a big step. Honestly, like, when I find it really hard to work out, I join a gym because if I'm paying for something, I will go. And then I stop going and I unpay for it because I hate it and I run again. But, you know, it kind of gives you that, like, fuck, I'm paying for it thing, you know? It's like wasting food. Cheers. Well, this is true. There's a lot of places in Greece I haven't been. I was trying to remember how many islands I went to. It's been a long time now, like 7 years. How many islands are there? Habitable islands. Your insurance pays for it? Dude, what is the best preventative medicine? Exercise. That's definitely what insurance should cover. That was such a big hit. I'm burning up. Irish. Oh my god, Zelbia! Zelbia said I just got a promotion and a life-changing raise. Well, these dab sweats are for you. Yeah, they've got a lot of islands, like, but I don't know how many are, like, people live on them. I'll look it up. Hold on. Sam? There's only 2? I went to more than 2. Didn't I? Man, it's really been a long time. Oh my god, so Twitch is super safe. Don't be afraid of murderers. If COVID's not like blowing up the world and setting everything on fire, I will be at TwitchCon EU, so you can come hang out with me and be safe. I'm big and scary. I am sweating profusely. That was a big hit. Oops. For real, fuck yes. Twitch EU, it's in Amsterdam, and I believe it's in July? I think. But I have a place to stay, so if flights aren't too bad, I will definitely be at TwitchCon EU.
Welcome to the class hole.
I'm cooking. Ugh. Aw, Kel. Well, I got to hang out with you long time today, though. I'm glad I got to see you all day. Thank you for hanging out with us and gracing me with your wonderful presence, of course. Judy. Thanks for the resub, B. I'm so sweaty. Wait, gotta go. TC, CK, in chat. I don't know what TC is, but have a wonderful day. Remember to wash your hands. What up, Taco? How you doing, honey bean? Is Twitch still, or is Greece still fucked as far as our economy? Yes. I actually was listening to one of the late night guys, Stephen Colbert or something, and he said that Jeff Bezos has more money than the entire country of Greece, I think. Which is kind of crazy. Take care. Oh, thank you. Literally, TC is TwitchCon, and we were just talking about TwitchCon, so I was like, TwitchCon, Katie? I thought maybe you were saying you were going to go. I don't know. I'm sorry. Apparently I'm big and scary. I have a few coworkers who pointed that out. Okay. That they never saw me in person until we had a team outing. I've had the pleasure of being perma-work from home. It's kind of a weird thing to just say to somebody. My boss did it. Like, it was part of my review. I was told I'm unapproachable, so I'm just gonna own it at this point. I don't give a fuck anymore. Maybe I just go to Amsterdam and loiter. Dude, that's the best. Honestly, I say it every time there's a con. If you can't afford tickets for the actual con, don't worry about it. Nothing cool really happens in there. It's mostly just a meeting place. Like, everybody gathers in the con, and then we leave, and we go do cool stuff not at the con. Because the con is just congested. It's packed. So it's like you can't really have a good conversation. If more than 3 people are standing together, you clog an aisle. So, like, I call it the blood clotting. I'm really notorious for it. One person will be like, oh my God, CK. And I'll be like, you. And then we sit there and catch up, for 15 minutes. But then 20 other people will stop. And suddenly I've blocked 20 aisles because I can't say no. It's terrible. I have a really bad habit of blood clotting, at the cons. But what we've learned is, like, you just gather everybody and then get the fuck out. Yeah, like, go to panels and then leave. Go do stuff in the city. Like, I usually rent out a bar or something and we all go sit at a giant table and bullshit. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, who's going to go to Amsterdam and not find something to do? Exactly, David. I mean, honestly, like, I like the con if there's an artist's alley. And that's it. That's all I do. I hang out in an artist's alley all fucking day with all my friends. I buy their art and then I leave. Or, I do usually get a job. Usually, like, Twitch will pay me to go do a thing on a stage or something. So I'll go do that, which is nice. Covers the flight. Getting around and pushing past people, yes. I've never been to Gamescom. I've heard, though, from the devs at ESO that I used to travel with a lot. They told me that Gamescom's the worst. They told me of all the cons, that is the worst in terms of just, like, crowds and not being able to actually do anything. And they said that's because Gamescom, it's designed for media, but people go. Whereas, like, if you go to PAX or something, those are designed for people, not media. So it's harder for media. Thank you, Taco. I did it myself. Doing better than I have been. Dodged COVID for 2 years. Oh, you got the flu. I was going to say, I too have dodged COVID for 2 years. Hail Satan. I'm not saying it helps, but I'm not saying it doesn't. Genuinely, though, if I did come over, would Lizzy, if you didn't contact me to hang out with me, I would be so offended. Normally, I would never put this kind of pressure on somebody, but are you kidding me? Have you been, David? Yeah, I've never been, but my ex Brian went multiple years, and he volunteers to not go now because it's so bad. He's like, I don't even enjoy it because it's just so like sardines. Is anyone getting slammed with spam calls, specifically mortgage loan ones? Yes, constantly. Mortgage loans, and I've been getting one for like from a company that wants to put free solar panels on my house. They're not free. They just want to stick solar panels on my house that they would own. It's creepy. Oh, Mech Jack. How bad are you feeling? TwitchCon, honestly, if you've never been to a con before and you want to go, TwitchCon is the best, I think, for your first con because it's just so much smaller. It's smaller and just feels more personal because everyone understands, like, everyone gets it. Like, everybody there gets it. It's very bizarre. I remember walking into TwitchCon for the first time years ago and just having this overwhelming feeling of I don't have to explain Twitch to one human being in this building, and that is amazing. Like, everybody there understands. They know why we're all here. They get it. And that there's no other environment like that, like not even PAX. PAX is fun, but it's huge. And I mean, the displays, in order to have like a 10 by 10 square at PAX, it's $1 million. So you think about those huge displays by like League of Legends and shit, like that's big money. Like they make dinosaurs you can climb on that are lifelike size for Arc and shit. It's insane. PAX is more about waiting in an 8-hour line to try out a game that's new. Like, VR was big for a couple years. You know, all these people would show up first thing in the morning to get in line to play Skyrim VR or something. But if you don't like lines and you don't really give a fuck about trying games, it's mostly just a place to get the pox. Or to hang out with friends outside. I get really anxious in crowds too, so I don't really like hanging out in there. I'd much rather go. Like, when we had TwitchCon in San Diego, we all went to the zoo. And by all, I mean everyone from the community that, like, wanted to hang out. I was like, you guys want to go to the zoo? We went to the fucking zoo. It was great. I had a good time. Bottled spider. Thank you. It's not bleeding as much, but it still comes off on my hands. I know I've been updating you guys on this. The hair dye Alchemy was correct. It was called unicorn hair. And while it's the most rich blue I've ever done in my life and it didn't fade at all, it bled profusely for the first 6 washes. And I would wash my hair 3 times in the shower. So I'm talking 6 showers of 3 times. And it would still just bleed and bleed. And like anytime I tried to touch my hair, it'd come away with blue fingers. It's finally not that bad. It's been what? A month? Crazy. Unicorn hair, I'm telling you. I don't know why. Maybe it's me. Oh, Ashley, this is why I dread like getting my hair done or getting my nails done or going to the doctor, because the first thing anybody asks you is, what do you do for a living if you're an adult human? And explaining my job is not, you never get a good response. I know people don't want to be offensive, but it's usually like, how do you make money doing that? And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, you know, it's like you almost have to feel like you have to justify it to these people, and I don't want to. So what you're saying is go to TwitchCon. Oh my god, Kino, do it. Please. 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 That'd be fucking hilarious. Zalbia, they never used to. It's so bizarre. I actually have a video on my YouTube. It's old as balls. Please don't judge me by the quality. I made it on a laptop. Like literally the laptop camera. But after college is where my anxiety really blossomed into the beautiful creature it's become. I remember going to PAX East for the first time. And I had like a legitimate, like, silent panic attack. Like, not me, like, freaking out, but on the inside, I was like, I'm dying. I'm dying. And I had to go back to my hotel like 3 times a day just to relax. And it was bad. It was a bad feeling. I'd never had that before, but I'd never been in a crowd like that. And I'd also never been in an environment where people could recognize me, but I didn't recognize them. that's a weird thing to say, but there's something bizarre about it. Like when you're just not ready for it, like people know what you look like, but you have no fucking idea what they look like. So people could just scream your name and then stare at you and you're like, ma'am, this is a Wendy's? It's bizarre, and that, like, combination caused a really weird anxious reaction for me. But now I just know that I need to take a break. Like, I have to go back to my hotel a couple times a day, and I just sit there in silence, look on my phone, chill out, have a drink of water, and then I can go back. I'm fine. I only get bad when I push myself. I, like, make myself feel bad, like, there's so many people, like, you might as well go. That's when I get, like, I'll crack. And it's, no one should do that to yourself. Don't torture yourself for anybody else. Take care of yourself. See some actor or artist or whatever, just don't know that I would care. I feel that. No, and I don't either, David. Like, when I go to Artist Alley, it's because I'm going to see my friends. I've never thought of myself as, like, a fan, but I don't watch people on Twitch that are, like, seeking fandom. I watch people like me who are chill and want friends. Like, you know, they're just, like, I don't know, PB always comes to mind because I feel like PB and I are really similar. Play games now and then, have a lot of really good chats. Thank you for the whatever just happened. I heard the alert. Oh, wow, my alerts are way behind. Mayo, bitch!
Hi, gay.
How you doing, lover? My post-period boobs. Yeah, they always look quite delicious. I start hyper-focusing on everything around me with my ADHD magic, and I start to find things that people do that make me angry. Oh my god, me too. I do the same thing. Oh, that's so bizarre. I've never heard of anyone else doing that before. Like, how inconsiderate people really are, and I get so angry, so I rush what I'm doing to get out. I start getting sassy. If I see people rude, like at cons, pushing other people to get them out of the way, like, some people will go to cons and make, like, a conga line, like, hold onto each other's shoulders and just blast through the middle of the con like they don't give a fuck. Like, they'll literally just blow you over. There's children. Like, there are literally toddlers walking around with their parents. There's people walking around in exceedingly detailed cosplay, very fragile cosplay. Those people, I'll trip one. I'll put my foot in the middle and be like, probably shouldn't have done that, huh, human centipede, fuck. That's what I become when I'm anxious. I kind of become a cunt, but, like, for good. A cunt for good. No, I do that, definitely. Because it, like, filters that weird rush of energy that you're, like, the anxiety or cortisol or whatever you want to call it. It filters that rush into a different outlet that I can actually outlet versus the stuck anxiety. You can't, there's no way to get rid of it. There's no way. You gotta either physically exert it by, like, running from a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or you gotta put it somewhere. I'd rather put it on a douche that's making everybody's time bad, because they are there. They're in every community. Every community is always gonna have a dick, you know? Even gamers. There's dicks. No, knives. And it's not like the crowds move slow. Like, every once in a while, you'll get someone that's an idiot and stops in the middle of an intersection, you know, but for the most part, people understand that if you're in the aisles, you're moving. Step out of the aisles if you're not moving. I've never had a problem. You just take your time and walk. But people can be very douchey. And, like, you know, there's that sect of people in the gamer world that think they're the cool guys. They're like the fuckboys of the gamer world. You know, maybe they got a few views on, like, Fortnite or something, so they think they're big shit. And they will act like, they'll like, have people push people out of the way for them so they can walk through and shit. I don't make friends well. It's me, isn't it? David, it's you. It's always you. So, I mean, I'm the dick. I'm the dick. I don't think, I've never had anyone in our community be a dick at a con, ever. I had the one stalker person, but we eradicated that human quickly. Oh, Zalbia, it'd be beautiful, though. I imagine it'd be like a SNL skit. Right, David? Like, there's no one here like... And honestly, like, you know, sometimes you'll know someone online and then meet them in real life and maybe they're a little different. For the vast most part, I've never met anyone in our community that's been different IRL. Like, people, like, they tell me their screen name, and after 30 seconds of having a conversation, I'm like, oh, I totally know who you are. Because we type like we talk. We don't, like... I beg you not to kiss my ass and make an echo chamber, you know? Like, I know, I feel like I get some of your personalities and stuff. And chill. Like, usually it's my like, community who's like, Katie, we're kind of clogging this aisle. And I'm like, oh, fuck. It's not me that notices. I'm the dick. But it's because when I talk to someone, I try to give them my attention. I'm not really. I hyper focus. ADHD magic, bitches. It's a superpower sometimes. Taco, right? I mean, and you are one to say it's been since the dawn of time. Mayo, today's been very relaxing and nice. I mean, I've been very angry. I've been enlightened to some horrible things going on in the world, but you guys give me hope in humanity, to be honest. You're my third thing. This community, like, if you can hang out in my chat and, like, even just listen to me speak for 15 minutes, I'm going to say something offensive, like, to people that are crazy, like, Trumpers and shit. Like, you got to be okay to hang. Not that it's hard to hang here, but I'm going to say something that's controversial. I do every 15 minutes at least. Transgender men are men. Transgender women are women. Asexual folks don't owe you shit. Nor do the non-binary. Hydrate before you die straight. Oh, Lizzy, it's Taco. Who else would I call? I would never, even if someone came in here with literally the name Taco, I would just have to call them something else. No one is Taco but Taco. Speaking of, I was literally just going to say, how could you name, like, 2 children the same name? I literally know a girl whose dad divorced her mother, moved to South America, met a new woman, married her, and named his new daughter his daughter's name. Like, he has 2 daughters named Adriana or Adriana. What the fuck? Like, he quite literally started over. What a dick. It happens, I guess. I was going to say, who the fuck does that? But I know it happens. What the fuck? Well, you can kiss my ass, but only if you give me your true and honest opinion. Why? Fucking got me, man. Yeah. She went by Adhd, and I never knew her full name. We worked together for years. I worked at Lowe's for 7 years while I was going through college and shit, and she worked with me there the whole 7 years. And I asked her one day, and I was like, is your name short for something? And she told me this story, and I was like, I wouldn't want to go by Adriana either. I get it, Adhd. I will call you Adhd. A-D-I. Adhd. Yeah, was just her name from the moment I met her. So I just, you don't question it. You're just like, oh, cool name. Yeah. What the hell? She did. She changed it to Adhd. Like, I think it's legally Adhd now. I don't think she has, like, Adriana. Oh, should we cheers? I don't think it's Adriana on her license or anything. And I'm gay now, like lesbian. Good for you. Do you enjoy it? Are we lamenting or celebrating?
Right, basically.
I'm down for both. Spencer, I heard it's someone's birthday. Maybe? Happy birthday, happy birthday. This is your day. It's a hell of a lot of fun. We were waiting for definitely not stalking your Twitter, celebrating. This is the last day you technically kissed your mom's pussy. So happy birthday to you. I have to say, 36 looks beautiful on you. You're gorgeous. Did I fuck you up? Did I get you with that one? You're welcome. Was I wrong, though? I mean, I hope I'm wrong. Or, I mean, I hope I'm right. If I'm wrong, then you need therapy. And your mother. Ooh. Oh, David, because I gotta spin it. I get bored doing the same thing every time. Just a love kiss. Just a bye, mom. One of those. You can't help if you're screaming. I'm calling the police. My dad's a cop. I'm sorry. These are the things that I think about when I'm alone. Oh, Hikaru, isn't that the blessing though of weed? It's the blessing. It's the blessing. Squeaky, I'm here for you. Childbirth is beautiful and natural. But if you think about it, you wiped your face all over your mom's big bloody poos. Right where your dad cream pied. Cheers. Should we smoke about it? I love Beata. A real mom comes in. Childbirth is disgusting and traumatic. Cheers. I fucking love my little bastard children. I added that last part. That's how I assume my parents think of us. Cheers. Oh, Taco, it freaks me out. It freaks me out. I still think of his weird blonde girlfriend that used to lay on his couch behind his stream. Sam. Her name was Sam. Why do I remember that? I don't know. You're welcome for that mental image. Do you remember that, Lizzy? Yeah. I think about these things. Weird things from. They feel like yesterday, but they were 7. I've been streaming for 7 years. I've been streaming like a second grader, but also like the average lifespan of a second grader. It's very strange. Life is very weird. You squeeze something out of a small hole and it may rip up your asshole. What's not to like? I'm saying. And then you like shell out on average $1 million to get it to 18 and abandon you and never call you. I called my mom yesterday, by the way. She's exhausted. Hopefully she is retiring, but she's like training her replacement, so it's gonna be like a couple weeks later. But my mom is working at Ground Zero COVID Hospital, for those new to my channel or didn't know. And she's almost 69, so of course I'm naturally concerned about her being exposed to the newest variants of COVID coming out and killing people all the time. So I'm very happy she's not gonna be in that environment anymore. For as much of a nutball as she is, I don't wish death on many people. Really only not really anybody. Death is too easy. Even like people like Trump, I just want him to have to walk barefoot on like a sea of Legos the rest of his life. That's all. Because that's how I felt. We can't demand that you stop thinking about your mom's vaginas when you're all alone. We could, but could we ask you not tell us about your musings on our mom's vages? I suppose that's a reasonable request. I'll do my best. Taco. Well, remember back in the day when we used to like follow and unfollow just to make alerts go off to annoy streamers? That fucked us all up. Like I don't know how long I've actually been following people because we did that. Now it doesn't do anything, but back in the day it actually like restarted everything. It sucked. Wait, what happened? I got on 6 planes in the last 3 months and managed to dodge COVID. Wow. You might want to submit yourself for testing for your immune system. I haven't got COVID, but I leave my house once a month for weed. So, well, I'd say twice a month, weed and, bugs for my bugs. Has anyone watched Peacemaker, by the way? It's phenomenal. Yes, Squeaky, I agree. I agree 100%. And I hope you don't feel bad about that. I was actually birthed from the head of Zeus. Thank you very much. I wasn't going to out your status as Athena, but if you want everyone to know you're an ancient Greek goddess, like, that's your game. People are going to make wishes and shit and treat you like you're a genie or some fuck. I was pulled out of my mom with spoon forceps, believe it or not. I was literally born a conehead. True, Spence. And you probably know this, Spencer, but there's a really weird statistic. If you like work in a medical environment or a healthcare environment, or if you are just around people that are sick, your body will up its immune system, like up the lymph response. So like people that are nurses have a stronger, they have a more active immune system than someone who is not actively around sick people all the time. it's not stronger necessarily. It's not like a muscle where it grows, because if they stop working in a healthcare environment and they're no longer around it, they don't keep it. It drops back down to a normal level. Because, like, you imagine that takes energy to, like, produce a higher response. So if your body senses it's more safe, it's not going to do that. Were you singing that song? Which one? Maybe. Isn't Peacemaker fucking weird? I mean, I didn't know if I'd like it or not. It's wild. Hello, Carol. How are you, love? I feel like you're just more emboldened to make up tales about it. I would never. I'll just talk about how you destroyed your mom's nipples instead. If you haven't seen Peacemaker and you have any way of getting a hold of this show, holy shit. I think I only watched 2 episodes last night. Because, you know, I wanted to try to go to sleep before 1 a.m. Cute. I think... Oh my god, what is it on? HBO Max? I don't remember. It was on Zeke's TV. Zeke TV. Is it HBO? Yeah. It is incredible. And I'm not just saying that as a lifelong diehard fan of professional wrestling. I hated John. I'm like, as the character John Cena, I fucking hate him as an actor. Oh my god, I'll watch anything he's in. He is so funny. Like, shockingly funny. Yeah. Oh, like there's parts of it that like hit your soul and you're like, "Oh my god, this is horrific." Like his dad. Oh, the one from the Conehead movies, sometimes I feel I got to. Run away, I got to. Duh, duh. I hate you. I hate this DMCA shit. God damn it, fuck. Apparently foals have to be squeezed before they're born, or else certain hormones aren't released. Really? So is there no horse, like, I guess a horse couldn't have a C-section? Interesting. I feel the influence of Lucy all around me. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. I believe this worked in an ER for years, never got sick. I got sick sometimes when I worked at the hospital, but it was because of the dry air. I'm just a desiccated corpse, I guess. And even when I worked in Baltimore, I worked in a surgical ICU, and they keep it cold for one thing, and the cold air is just dry. So if I worked too many days in a row, I'd get a really bad sinus infection just because my sinuses were like... But I never got sick. Like, I never got an actual, like, any of my patients' sicknesses ever. And I've been to the doctor. Like, I'm miraculously healthy. Right? Is he amazing? Like, I understand his part in wrestling is to be a douche. He was literally, if you think about it, like, what other wrestler in history has maintained not being permanently hurt like John Cena? I can't think of one. I don't know what it is about him. He's like the real Peacemaker. Like, is he uninjurable? Because every big wrestler, like, they, you know, pull an elbow tendon. They do something at some point. Even, it doesn't matter who you are. They've all done it. The Rock, everybody. They never. And that's why they made him that character, is because he could just perpetually never die. So he can be the hero for kids and shit, you know? The hero can't get hurt. But, like, how? I can't think of another. If you can think of one, tell me. I've watched wrestling my entire life. He did get, wasn't it like a stinger or something? Or a slip disc in his neck? But that was, like, pretty recent in his, well, you know, it was later on in his wrestling career, but pretty recent-ish. They can artificially squeeze them? Oh my god, that's so weird. I mean, babies kind of have something similar. If you are a C-section, instead of being squeezed out of mom's hoo-ha, sometimes what happens is you won't scream. So you'll see in movies, smack the ass. We don't actually smack the baby. We, like, rub you furiously. More like 101 Dalmatians. That's what we do to babies to get them to scream. But if they don't scream right away, what happens is there is a sac around your lungs that connects to your diaphragm. And there is a fluid between that sac and your lungs called surfactant. And it makes your lungs stick to that sac so that your diaphragm, which is a muscle moving up and down, will pull your lungs expanding them, contracting them, right? It's a mechanism. And if you don't scream right away, or if you're born a little bit too early, sometimes that surfactant doesn't work. And we actually have to like squirt false surfactant down into babies' lungs. It's very scary. Babies are scary shit. I don't miss that stuff. Shawn Michaels was a hero when he got hurt. Yep. Well, yeah. Was Cena? Well, Cena was like an anti-hero back then, right? The Rock, I think he just has he's always stayed really healthy, but he does have like a persistent shoulder thing, I think, that he just has to be careful of. If you watch his moves and shit, he always goes one way. He doesn't use his full body. He never goes full bore anymore like he used to bull rush people. He always uses one side, and it's something going on, but he does mostly acting now, so. Hello, Lilith. The plural sacs. The pleura. Your heart has a pleura, too. It's pretty crazy. You rub vigorously. Exactly. That's literally what I do to babies. You just get a towel and eventually they're like, you suck it out. Oh, does he have something wrong with his abs? How? Oh my God. My mom tore an ab muscle trying to do P90X as a 65-year-old, and it hurt like she literally had a black band around her stomach for like a year. It was insane. And she was in so much pain. Babies are weak, dumb weaklings who are dumb. It's so true. Like, you can't fuck up. This is the thing. Like, with an adult, you can kind of fuck up a lot because adults, like, are pretty hardy. It's pretty hard to, like, kill a person, believe it or not. Babies, you, like, breathe wrong and you killed it. You have to be so precise with babies. And you can't shake. It was intense. I miss those moments. Just like the successes and shit, you know. P90X is horrifying. Don't do it. I think it's dumb workouts. It's like doing what's that stupid thing? CrossFit at home. Like they literally had my mom put her feet up on a chair and try to do push-ups from the ground day one. And she was wearing socks, so her feet slipped off the chair and she tore her ab muscle in half. It was crazy. And it's like supposed to be age appropriate and shit. Like she did the whole thing. Dude, children over 5 fucking indestructible. Peds are different. Peds, they're hardy. The hardest thing with peds, honestly, like pediatrics is what I mean by peds, was that kids are so like brave. They will let you do anything. Like I walk into a kid's room with my kit and I'm like, I gotta take blood out of your wrist, honey. I'm so sorry. They're like, okay. No fear. They watch. They want to hold it. Adults, I'm gonna fucking kill you if you come near me. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna call my dad. He's a cop. Ma'am, you're 65. And you do heroin under your toenails. So I'm gonna fucking kill you. My boyfriend's gonna kill you. Okay. Guess I'm gonna die then. Give me a wrist. Ugh, kids. It's hard. Kids, yeah, they're just like, they're a shield. Like, and I don't know how it happens. Most of the time, because kids, like, in an ICU, they've probably already been there before. It's like a persisting illness. They are just like, nothing shakes them. It's wild. It's cake. And I'm never going to lie to someone. The blood that we take from the wrist is the worst thing. It's the worst poke you'll ever get. However, I pride myself on knowing I did them really well. I had a great track record. Like, I was so in tune to my patients, and I took my fucking time. I wouldn't turn the lights on. This is what I think is the key. If you're an RT or you want to be a respiratory therapist and you're here for some fucking reason, and you have to do an ABG or an arterial blood gas, I firmly believe the key is leaving the lights off in the room because you can't see arteries with your eyes. But as humans, we're very visually impaired, kind of, because we have terrible eyesight in terms of the animal world as a grand scale. But we depend on our eyes. So even though you're trained, look for the pulse with your pointer finger. People will use their eyes. And if you turn the lights off, you don't have the option. And you use your finger and you fucking... And I'm not saying pitch dark room. Like, there's lights everywhere because of the machines and stuff. You're just not turning on the overhead fluorescence. You feel the pulse. You go in. I've never missed an ABG in my life. I don't brag often, but bitch, I know my shit when it comes to blood because they hurt. Like, we had to practice in school on each other. Bitch, I don't think so. You want a new RT doing that to you practicing? Nah. I used to self-harm, and I don't want that to happen. I'm not even making a joke. Like, abso-fucking-lutely not. You have so many, like, tendons and shit going on in here. But I was, like, the RT people would call. So the general rule amongst RTs that should be the rule, and I know a lot of you have told me horror stories where people didn't follow the rule. I encourage you to stand up for yourself, be your own advocate, and push these people away when this happens. But as a rule, you try 3 times. 3 pokes. Because, like, if I insert my ABG needle, which is a totally special needle, and I don't hit the artery, I am required by law and practice in OSHA and everything that guides medicine to extract that needle, cap it, and put it in a needle bin and open a new one. Or clean Band-Aid, open a new kit, new poke. Every time. Because every time you open the skin, you're reintroducing bacteria into the body. We talk about this a lot. Your skin is like your barrier, right? So if you think about it, if I'm like jerking off a needle in and out of an open wound, this is a bad thing. And I've heard a lot of you tell me these stories. If anyone does this, you say, no. I know there's another one of you here capable of this, and I want that person. You have to be your own advocate when it comes to medicine. Because I know there are not all medical professionals, but some will bully you into thinking this is the way it is. Abso-fucking-lutely not. So, in any hospital I've ever worked at, and in my training as an RT, if you miss 3 times, you're having an off day. It doesn't mean you're a bad RT. Sometimes you're just having an off day. Maybe you have cold fingers, or your calluses from playing guitar built up and you need to get a fucking manicure or something. I don't know. You go get another RT. I was the RT people would call because I never fucking missed. So, as that person, I would like to apologize to anyone who's had a terrible ABG experience. I know they're terrible, and that's why I take them so seriously, though. It's not like I'm gifted. I'm not, like, sitting there in the pitch black like, don't worry, I have magical talent when it comes to stabbing arteries. I take my time, and I take it fucking seriously, because it's painful, and it's a direct highway for bacteria to go to the artery in your wrist. Why would anyone fuck with that? I mean, you don't have to be a medical professional to know not to fuck with that, right? So, right? Like, I know a lot of you are not medical professionals. That's kind of common sense. Like, don't jerk off dirty bacteria into an artery. Yeah? Yeah. Bad plan. You'd be surprised. And I've never seen it, but you guys have told me some fucking stories that are scary. Are you kidding me, Cake? I can't. Oh, and it rips out? Oh, Spence, you're way too nice. I mean, the vast majority of patients are wonderful. I tell you guys the funny stories because they stand out, and they're weird. Like the violent ones and the crazy ones and ones that stick strange things up their butts. Vast majority of people just want to get better and are just really sad because they're feeling shitty. But, you don't remember those ones because you got them better. Reaper, I'm a good stick too, and I'm not even like a thin person. Like, the more thin and muscular you are, your veins tend to pop out. Mine don't, really. But I've never been a hard stick, and I've had people stick me bad. I had a phlebotomist do it for a job when I was a baby RT, and he did it in my wrist, or he did it in the top of my hand, why I have lots of beautiful arteries in my fucking elbow, and he busted a he busted a valve and laughed at me when I said ow. I did not go work at that hospital because I figured if he had a job, standards weren't too high. Hi, Spiffy. How are you, love? Oh my god, Kino, that would be amazingly hilarious, though. I love you, Lizzy. Please relax for me, as I am incapable. The same needle? Wait. Did she pull it out of your skin completely and really reinsert it? I'm not kidding you. You could report that to that hospital, and they might that could shut a hospital down, if that's true. Exiting the body with a needle and inserting into a new wound space, a new area of the body with that exact same needle. That is 101. Come on. If you have Ghost, you have everything. The band Ghost is the best band in the entire world. Can you... Oh, my spiders are in the way. I have a Goulet mask right behind these tarantulas. That was terribly timed. Yes, the Ghost is the top 5 favorite bands in the entire world ever. Maybe only behind, like, 9 Inch Nails. Maybe. They have a really good song out. A new song. By the way, I meant to tell you guys about it. We used to literally listen to Ghost on my channel 24/7 every day, all day, until DMCA struck us all and was like, How dare you enjoy music with your friends, bitch? So now we sit in silence. It's great. But Ghost is I literally. It's behind my tarantulas. I apologize. Can you see the shine? No. I do have a Goulet mask. I've been to their concerts twice. They're amazing. I love them. And twice is literally just because they don't really come to the U.S. often. Hunter's Moon isn't the one. That's a good new one, but let me look. It's probably on my YouTube. I can't play it for you because we'll get nabbed. But it's like, I hate my memory. It's just non-existent. Hold on. I'll find it. I'll find the name. It's got to be in my history, right? I could just look up Ghost. It'll probably come up. I listened to it a couple times. I really like this one. They've had I didn't really like the album where the Cardinal was head of the album. Ghost fans may hate me for that. I'm not a huge fan of the Cardinal. Cardinal Copia, whatever. Like, every album has a new reincarnation of Papa, except this one, which was Cardinal Copia. And it was just kind of like pop trash. Not my favorite. Call Me Little Sunshine. It was literally only put out 6 days ago. So, Call Me Little Sunshine. I'll give you guys the link. Don't play. Please don't play. Every time I think we're kind of safe, some big streamer's like, I can afford to be banned for publicity. Listen to that song. It's real good. Oh, you're so lucky. You are insane. You know what's crazy, though? I've seen Ghost twice, and I've seen High Lung twice. Wait, twice? 3 times? No, only twice. Both of which very rarely come here. I got insanely lucky. Insanely good concerts. Oh, David. You stay fucking sexy, Boo Bear. Have a wonderful evening. I'm a hard stick for blood draws, but also know where the big meaty veins are. It irritates me to no end when I say, look here, and they say, okay, and then look somewhere completely different. Veins are veins are kind of a nurse's game. I don't really fuck with veins. But I know veins are mostly visual because you don't have a strong enough pulse in a vein to sense it. Whereas I need that oxygenated red shit from your artery. So for me, I can take blood from all the places nurses do as well. But the place with the best healing potential, the least exposure to elements, and the least like intrusive to your life is where we try to go. So we usually start your wrist, go to your brachial, and then we start getting creative. I've gone in people's temple before. I've gone in a neck before. Like, you got to do what you got to do in an emergency. And an ABG is all you got. That's what you got to do. But we always try to go where it's not going to hurt you or, cause a problem. Oh, temple poke, they're usually... If you're in such bad shape we're poking your temple, you're probably in it. You're probably out. So, you know what I mean? I've done it once, ever. The dude had no arms. So, if that gives you, like, kind of a picture. I'm sure it helps. Sarah! I know. It's a mix of time flying because hanging out with you guys is amazing, but also COVID. Like, what is time now? I don't know. It's just... I haven't done anything. I haven't traveled in like 2 years. So usually I mark years by like, where did I go that year? I just like to travel. So that's where I like, oh, here's my other poodle. He usually doesn't come up because he's polite. This is my boy Trickster. He's our little void boy. I love him. What happened to his arms? Did they go somewhere? Oh my God, knives. We actually desperately need to take a break. I'm way behind on it. But if you can chill for a second, the story will rock your dick off. In a bad way. It's not a good story. This poor guy. Short story. Vietnam. Long story when we return. Nobody's ever found my brachial. No shit. Several people have tried, even after being told they won't find... What? I've seen that. It's a balance because, some people think they know better than us, and then some people do know better than us. And usually you can just tell by the tone in someone's voice, like, oh, dude, you're not going to get anything out of the elbow. Like, people have tried a million times. Like, it's not going to happen. I'll trust you. Oh, I don't think it works. You're just afraid. Like, you can usually read a person's body language, but nobody knows themselves like that person. I'm never going to pretend to know someone's body better than them. 2020 doesn't exist. Dude, the entire year is just gone. It's real fucking weird. Volunteer? What do you mean? Like, just in general? I have the scar in my elbow from where that guy fucked me up. Phlebotomist, dickpotamus. All right, let's take a quick break. Every couple of hours, I run a 3-minute ad chunk so that Twitch doesn't automatically run them over me hanging out with you guys, because I don't think you should have to pay for this. I am not Netflix. So, it's also a really good time to stand up and stretch your legs and shit. Everybody should be standing up, stretching, and like getting blood circulating at least every 2 hours, because the number one way we die as gamers and sitters is blood clots. And you don't want your cats to eat you, right? I mean, maybe you do, but that's like not really something I want to know. So, welcome back, friends and family, holes alike, fur cold. Thought I would enlighten you to the real, grossest part of owning a snake that eats rats. It is not, in fact, the act of giving them a rat. It is when they don't eat the rat, and you walk by the enclosure on your break, and you get that whiff of dead, rotted rat that their snake has decided to kill and not eat. I just had to get rid of one, and it smelled so bad. Only one day. One day. It was Cersei. I think she's gonna molt. It's fine. I went to the pet store, and
Welcome to the class hole.
Brady Buck. How the fuck, dude?
Believe it or not, this bitch has been streaming for 7 years. What the fuck?
Time means nothing. Thank you for being my friend for so fucking long. Kino, do you really? Oh, the smell is horrific. Oh, God. It reminds me of when I was a kid living in Eastern Washington. You would drive, if you were driving down the back, every road's a back road. You drive down the road and you pass a dead deer that someone's hit, and the rot smell would just fill your car for like 5 minutes. Oh, God, it was bad. And you just knew. Like, you didn't have to see the deer. You knew you passed one. Time is a myth like birds. Exactly. And marsupials. And the platypus. Did you know that male platypus have a venomous back fingernail that they can kill people with? The platypus? Ugh. Oh, Sarah, it was constant. Eastern Washington. Like, we actually had a dump pit and a guy that was hired by the city, and he would drive around and pick up roadkill because there was just so much. I mean, I lived in it. Like, you guys know, like,
Go, Pikachu, come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, I want to have a meat crack and dead rat puss that's built like a Sarlacc pit from Star Wars that takes 1,000 years to consume anything like I want odd role-playing Boba Fett who falls into my puss and escapes with lasers and explosive orgasms you will.
wait, the dead rat wasn't in there, right? Right? You belong in Thailand. Bitch, you could make a living at those ping pong shows. The smell. Oh. Really, Sarah? Yeah, that's where I grew up in Eastern Washington. Like, there are no highways, there's no freeways. It's just like back roads everywhere. One road goes from like Spokane to Montana. That's like a highway. But other than that, it's back roads. And I remember taking driver's ed, and my driver's ed teacher, the first day, he was like, there are 2 types of people in Cadle Falls. The type that have hit a deer and the type that will hit a deer. So, if a deer crosses the road in front of you, what do? Hit it. Seriously, that's like the best piece of advice, because so many people swerve trying not to hit a deer and kill themselves, like by driving into a tree. You're just supposed to hit deer. I've never actually hit a deer with the front of my car. They've all hit me. Like during rut season, the male deer would come out because I'd be driving home at like 11 o'clock at night from my job, and they'd come barreling out of the woods into the side of my car. I had this little, it was a 1999 Saturn LS, and it was like, originally it was like a plum black color, but by the time I graduated high school, it had 5 different colored fenders, different shades of black, because my dad and I would just go to the pull and pick parts, like, you know, graveyard for cars, And if it was like close to black, like gold black, like it would look black if it was dark out, but if there was a sheen, it's like the whole car would have a purplish sheen and then gold sheen or something like that. But you know what? That car went forever. I had it, and then my sister had it, and then Joshua had it, and then my cousin Randall had it, and he's the one who drunk drove it into a ditch, bastard. He's like 20 years older than me. Went forever, though. Great little car. You have a whole man in there? Well, I mean, I was honestly kind of looking forward to seeing lasers shoot out of Zoe's puss. Like, that sounds exciting. But the dead rat smell that I just experienced being anywhere near Zoe's genitals is a bad time. Like, I don't want that for her. It was a great little car. Yeah, those little Saturns, like, they're just fiberglass, and they get, like, 40 miles to the gallon. Like, that car went forever. It was a great little car. It became, like, the family hand-me-down. Like, anytime, basically, like, I moved out and went to college, so I didn't need a car, so it went to my sister. And then I think she saved up at her job, bought herself, like, a little Saturn, and then my cousin Joshua got it. My sister, she was, like, my sister. She was raised with us. And she drove it forever. It was crazy. Like, it was just anybody who needed a car, we'd be like, we have the Saturn. I had a lot of sex in that car, though, before any of them drove it, so my bad. It was the perfect height, though. I've had a deer hit my old car and the car I have now. Ooh, deer are crazy out here, especially during hunting. Yep, that's us in the fall. For those of you who don't, like, live around deer, for those who live in, like, people land, in the fall, when deer want to fuck, the male deer, it's called rutting, rutting, rutting. They go into something called rut, where they're just all hormonal and crazy, and their necks swell up to 50 times the size they normally are, and they stink horrifically bad. And they're basically, they think your car is a male deer. They're crazy. Like, they're literally so insane on hormones. I remember one time we were with my stepdad driving to between Kettle Falls and Colville, Washington, which is nothing. It's just a stretch of highway. It's 15 minutes exactly. But it's nothing. It's just a straight shot. And my dad had a Ford 350 that was like the red and white glossy striped painted like farmer truck. And he had an air horn on top, like the silver fucking, like we had to pull, it was crazy. And a fucking deer came out of a field, just pummeled my dad's truck in the middle of the back of the bed. And I was like, do you really think I hit those deer now, Dad? Do ya? Do ya? Do ya, bitch? Like, they're just so dumb and crazy. But they'll do that to a person. Like, I'd rather go out in the woods in the winter and know there's bobcats all around me or mountain lions than a deer in rut. Because they'll just fucking impale you and kill you. Or fuck you to death. I don't even know. I think it's is it after or before hunting season, though? Because I know you don't want to shoot a deer in rut, because doesn't that stink and those hormones make the meat ruined? Oh, Quim, what up? How are you? Rut is much more dangerous, because velveting, they're not crazed up on hormones. They're literally just rubbing that shit off their horns onto trees, and you find it, and you're like, ew, a dead person, maybe. But during rut, they want to kill you. Like, they'll kill each other. They'll just impale each other to death with their horns. They're so dumb. Deer are, like, I get teared up if someone steps on a roly-poly bug, but hitting a deer doesn't really get me. I just hate them. They've destroyed so many cars of mine. I hate them. And they're crazy. But if any hunters in chat remember, I don't think you're supposed to shoot them during rut. Because there's something about, like, they've got some gland that causes these smells that make them all horned up and, like, and it ruins the meat, I think. It's been years. I haven't hunted since I was in high school. Oh, my God. Okay, so knives. Let me tell you this story about this dude. Once I figure out what this thing is with the meat. I'm hoping someone knows. Oh, I've never hit a coyote. I've never hit a coyote or a fox. I've never hit anything. Deer have hit me. I'm pretty good. Knock on wood, I've had a really good driving history so far. Only the rude deer hit your car. You know, the ones that get pissed off if I don't tip them when they clean my windshield. You know, LZT hit a moose and it got up and walked away from his totaled car. I had a deer run beside us, turn 90 degrees, and charge the door of the truck. I've seen that. I've literally watched that happen to another car. But the one, like, kept up beside us, that's insane. and kind of impressive. Minty, I haven't. I literally last night at like 9 p.m. I came out of like a week-long migraine. It was a terrible time. I will do it tonight. I have lots of things I need to do tonight. But when I have a migraine, one of my biggest things, I know a lot of people are affected by sound. For me, it's light, specifically blue light, which is in every screen in existence. So I basically have to become a Mormon and like knit in the dark. It's a great time. But I get nothing done. A possum? Oh my god, was it a big one? Okay, let me tell you about this guy for knives. I gotta tell you this guy. So, when I was working at the tiny little community hospital, I've told you guys some horror stories from this hospital. It was not a place I wanted to stay. Like, community hospitals, it's not that they get away with shit. Bad shit just goes down because they have no money, no staffing, and no anything. Like, they just don't have anything. So, I was working at this tiny ass community hospital north of Seattle. Like, for those who work in hospitals, it was like 75 bed hospital, maybe. Like, our PCU and ICU were kind of the same exact floor. We would just like tack on ICU rooms and take away PCU rooms as it went, you know? And we had this patient come in and he had no arms and no legs. He was literally a trunk with he had no arms, no legs, but he did have like from his elbow up on one side. And he had the quintessential Vietnam paratrooper like tattoo down this arm. And he was in Vietnam. He was an older dude. Much, obviously. I don't need to say that, right? And it was so bad. This was the guy. I'm telling this story because it's the one time I've had to do an ABG out of a head vein artery. We've literally had to take it out of like a temple artery because he didn't have arms or legs or anything to take it out of. As you can see, the problem we were assessing. Neck is usually the last thing we'll go for because it's just a huge artery and it goes right to your brain, right to your heart. If you fuck up, like you can really fuck up, you know what I'm saying? That's like where they put A lines. That's where doctors do surgery. Like, I am not a doctor. And so this guy comes in and we had this doc and I had never had to work with her before. When I say people's titles, I'm not insulting those titles as a general, by the way. I'm just saying who they are. She was an NP who became a doctor. And she kind of had an arrogance thing, which is really dangerous if you're in charge of an ICU on a night shift. You don't want a doctor who's arrogant. And she wanted to intubate this patient who had no arms, no legs, and was a Vietnam vet. And I think I've maybe told bits of this story before, but not the part about the head blood draw. She wanted me to intubate him. She wanted me to paralyze him with no sedative. So for those not familiar with the intubation process or putting the breathing tube into your lungs and sticking you on life support, we always give a cocktail of a sedative and a paralytic. The sedative is an amnesic sedative so that you don't remember the traumatic experience of me doing this to your throat because I don't care who you are, it sucks. And then the paralytic is to protect you because if you fight, this tube could puncture your aorta in your neck and literally, I've seen it happen, bleed you out and kill you on the spot. Like, it's to protect you. Imagine someone, I'm shaking, I get real mad when I tell this story. Now, he had massive PTSD. He came to us from the VA. He had a lung, I can't remember what kind of lung infection he had. He had some bad lung infection. The VA's, you all know the VA, it's horrible. And she wanted to intubate him with no sedative. Can you imagine? I mean, it's literally the locked-in syndrome. It would have been me paralyzing someone who already is not right in their head. They're not there. They're going through a massive, like, I don't know what you would call it, a PTSD exacerbation of those who have experience with that kind of stuff. Please let me know. I try not to speak beyond my scope of practice. But paralyzing him and him being completely aware of the entire thing with no amnesic, not being able to forget it, and just leaving him paralyzed. She wanted me to do this to him. And I walked out. It was the first time in my entire career that I stood up and I went, my license is worth more than your respect. And I walked out of the room. I refused to do it. She got some other RT to do it, and she ended up getting fired like 2 weeks later. I don't know if it was for that instance. Like, I was a baby RT, and so I was very, like, rules, you know? Like, you're always rules in a medical, but when you come out of school, you're like, and I fucking was like, nope, won't do it. And I could have been fired on the spot for that. Like, you can't tell a doctor no. But I said it's my license. Like, that is so unethical. It's so against everything you're taught ever, ethically, as a medical professional, ever. Like, I physically can't think of something worse I could do to a human being. Oh yeah, she was terrible. And I heard, like, later on working there, I worked there a couple years. I heard via other people that have worked there for years, she was not a good practitioner. Like, she was very cocky. She liked to take shortcuts. When you use sedative, it means the doctor has to stay around to make sure the patient's okay, or an anesthesiologist has to show up. Someone who is, you know, a drug person has to be there with the nurse team doing this. So it's a way of cutting corners. And it was just a VA patient. So why? That was her attitude. Like, he's already crazy. Shouldn't say that shit to a crazy bitch. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, shut the fuck up, Poseidon. How do you feel? For real, though. Ooh, we should hydrate. Oh, fuck, I left my water in the kitchen, Zelda. I literally just went to go fill it up on my break and left it. I have to go grab it. Fuck a dick. Oh, Carol, I mean, when a doctor decides to do something, especially on a night shift, and I say night shift because there's just not anyone else there to... Usually in an ICU, during the day, you'll have a team of, like, depending on the size, 3 to 4 specialists who are there to help you at any given time. Because ICUs, normally if you're not working at, like, a huge hospital like Johns Hopkins, it's all, everyone is in one area. So surgical, diseases, viruses, everybody's in one ICU. So you have a lot of different specialists. On night shifts, it tends to be, like, maintenance of the patient, making sure they're resting and healing. So you don't need as many specialists, which means there's no one there to say, hey, that's fucked up. No one above that person. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? And at the end of the day, like, I'm the one who turns the knobs on the ventilator. Like, that's me. The ventilator's mine. That's literally an RT. Like, you and the ventilator are synonymous with each other. And fuck that. I worked real hard for my medical license. Like, I ain't doing that. And that human being... Poseidon, I'm awesome. I'm so happy for you. Seriously, I remember when I graduated, I felt awesome. But then, like, you'll have to keep me updated. It took me, I think, I've looked back on it and, like, tried to journal about it with my therapist. I think it took me almost 5 years to find a hobby again. Like, I'm an artist. I've always painted. I stopped painting for 10 years for school. Literally, I did not create a piece of art other than a doodle in a notebook for 10 years. And it took me so long because you, like, train yourself to have no hobby, to have nothing. Like, you barely shower. Like, you live medicine. You live and breathe, you know? And to, like, I mean, still to this day, I'm kind of much better now because I don't unplug people for a living and I do this, and this is way more fun, but it was so hard for me to not feel guilty about doing something that wasn't educational. Like, it's self-imposed guilt, obviously, but, like, it was... I remember just sitting in my room and being like, I don't have a hobby. I don't know what gives me pleasure. I have no idea what I want. Like, people be like, what do you want? I don't know. I have no idea. I erased my humanity from medical school. And I wonder if I'm, like, I'm very much an all or nothing person when it comes to school just because I have horrible ADHD, among other things, that makes it really hard for me to study. So I kind of do it because I have to. If I have anything else in my life that's even remotely more fun than school, I will do it. Like, I can't not do it. So I had to, like, delete it. Like, I had to just throw shit away and not have anything. I had a goldfish and a pug. Stress taught me writing. Couldn't even do all that post-grad stuff like that. Oh, yeah. I still, to this day, have PTSD with Excel. People will be like, Katie, I made this cool spreadsheet of, like, your tarantulas on Excel. And I'm like, does it have to be Excel? Can it be in anything else? Do I have to, like, open it? I still have horrible Excel PTSD. It's guilt. I studied so much that social life was thrown out the door. Exactly. Like, I don't know how you did it, but the way I like to, I guess I just learned better this way, is I kind of accidentally on purpose, like, developed a study group in the early stages, like anatomy and physiology 1 and 2. And most of them were going to do nursing. Most of them weren't even RTs, but we kind of stayed together for the majority of all the, like, just general medicine classes we could. And having that, like, group to just, it was like socializing, even though we were talking about, you know, how the heart works or something, you know, like talking about the various divots in the bottom of a skull. It still felt like, I felt like I wasn't, like, this cloistered creature. Like, I felt like I was having a social life. Like, we would laugh. and have a funny moment, even though we were studying the entire time. Like, nothing fun was happening, you know? That was, like, I think the only thing that really saved me was having that, like, group. I miss those girls. I still keep it in a little bit of contact, but most of them were a lot older than me and had kids and stuff, so not much in common. But that group, I mean, I don't think I could have made it because I'm such a social creature. Like, I need at least one human around me sometimes, like, to speak to, you know, have a real conversation. And they were like, you know, when you go to school, like, I did a lot of my prereqs at a technical college because it was just so much cheaper than the university. And I already had like 50,000 in loans for my chemistry degree or something stupid like that. And so I went to the tech college, and a lot of the girls, it was all, my entire class was women. I'm not just generalizing, it was all women. A lot of them were women who, like, their husbands died or abandoned them, and they had like 7 kids, no way to support them. And they're like, I'm becoming a nurse because I don't know what else to do, but I know I can take care of people because my kids are okay. Like, and so they were some of the most interesting human beings I've met in my entire life. Like, in not great ways and in amazing ways, all spectrums. Amazing. The twitch in the eye? What do you mean? It's fine. I'm not cracking. You are. Yeah, it took me so long to just feel okay about, like, reading a book for pleasure. Like Cake was saying, like, getting into reading. I stopped reading for pleasure because I literally didn't have time. The books you're reading are just so fucking dense. And I remember, like, my mom wanted to go to Barnes & Noble or something during Christmas, and I was like, am I always gonna feel guilty? Like, am I literally gonna die guilty reading a book? No, it definitely goes away. Like, once you start working and realizing that nothing's as serious as school makes it out to be. I mean, it's serious, but, like, it's not get an F. Like, I don't know. Getting an F seems more serious to me than someone dying. I think I might be Hermione Granger and I need to seek counseling. Maybe I haven't recovered yet. Oh, no. It is! Oh my god, Zelda, yes! A couple people have complimented it today, yeah. It's got the, recuérdame on the back. Yeah, I got it in Disney World out of necessity because I was real cold. Oh, ma'ams, yes? Sick. Poodles, kill them. Zach must have, like, coughed. It's what someone turns me off returning to education again. You would have to put a knife to my little sister's throat to make me go back to school again. And that's saying a lot because my little sister is arguably the most important thing in my existence. Sarah. Like, I hate school. I love learning. You guys know this. I'm a crackhead for learning. Like, I can go on psychotic sprees of learning stuff. But I am such a bad test taker. I have so much social anxiety being in a room full of silent people and being forced to be silent and not do anything but stare at someone really old and boring talking about boring shit. I just start to have panic attacks, like, daily. Horrible. I'm not a dumb person. I think I'm a damn good respiratory therapist. Terrible test taker. Like, I second guess myself 500 times always and make it to the wrong answer. Could have had the right one the first time, but I will second guess myself 20 million times. Terrible student. I hated school. Like, it would take an act of Satan to make me go to sign up for any grading platform again. I don't even like being timed in a video game. I'm a little ruined. It's fine. Hey, Sidious. What up, lover? How are you? Oh, yeah, writing a paper. Like, my sister, when she was in school, my sister's a lawyer, and she did her undergrad in Latin, I know, and history, which was really cool. She actually did her graduating thesis on the real Amazons, like the Amazons, like the women who cut their tits off to shoot an arrow better. Those women, it was fascinating, and she wanted me to help her with her paper, and that is the last paper I will ever read in my life. I'm great at editing papers, so I enjoyed doing it for her, but never again. My mom managed rural doctors' offices in northern MI. Interesting doesn't begin to describe some of the nurses I met. Some of them are saints, but some of them seem like from another planet, and that's the problem. I mean, in every field, right? Whether it's healthcare, teachers, janitors, farmers, what have you, there's gonna be shitheads. You know? It sucks. But Who we stabbing? Everyone consensually. Oh yeah, the pattern. That's why I got it. It's on the fucking inside of the hood, but it's got all the cool little skulls. I love the Dia de los Muertos theme. I grew up half my life in Vegas and Arizona with my grandparents because my dad died when I was a kid, so we spent a lot of time with them. And I mean, you're just inundated in like Mexican culture, like everywhere. I don't know, I love it. No booba? From who? Thank you, Vondron. I did it myself. No shit. First time in my life bleaching my own hair, but it's COVID. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Civil service, yeah. I honestly though, I kind of think everybody needs to do it at least once. Yeah. So the real Amazons were like a tribe of women, like virgin women warriors, and they chopped one of their tits off so that they could. Because like if any of you golf, I'm a golfer, and I don't have huge boobs, any amount of boobage, and it fucks your swing up. I imagine for archers it's the same because you're like cross bodying, right? I've never shot a bow in my life. I have no idea. I'm guessing. This shit, it fucks you up. Like imagine your testicles being 5 times the size on your chest. It's very bizarre where they put these things. I've been this close to getting a boob job, and then I think about golfing, and I don't do it. Because I already, like, want to duct tape myself down when I go golfing. If you don't mind me asking, do you know the shade? Yes, I do. Actually, I really need to go get my water. This shade is literally in my bathroom. Let me go grab it and my water, because my throat is so dry. Zelda knows it. I know it. Listen, it's happening. I need to go. I left it in the fucking kitchen. Let me go grab it real quick, and I'll grab the hair color. But yes, it's great. I actually used 2. I will not tell you the second one because I shit you not. It bled like a brand new dye job for 6 showers, in which I washed it 3 times with shampoo each time. It didn't fade, but for some reason it bled. So, like, I couldn't touch my head without coming away with blue hands for weeks. Crazy. But the other color is the exact same color with none of that. So, yeah, let me go grab it, and I'm going to grab my water. If you haven't stood up and stretched like I've told you every 2 hours all day, get the fuck up, you lazy piece of shit. If you die of a blood clot, I'll feel bad. I will. I'm going to say I won't because I'm trying to make you feel bad, but I'm going to feel really bad. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, I couldn't find one of the things, but I didn't want to be a dick. Because I did not put this blue on bleached hair. And if anybody knows anything about hair, giving half the story is a sin worthy of a Trump fuck. How dare. I would never. Welcome back, everybody. I had to find the other one. I apologize. Welcome back. I found it. We're good. You're not my real dad. Seriously, blood clots. You don't want to die that way. Like young, healthy people die this way. It's crazy. Don't do it. No. I knew where it was because I'd literally seen it recently. It was honestly, I didn't need
Come
the jar.
out.
Wait.
I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, I was on an adventure with Indiana Jones and we found the Fountain of Youth and one thing led to another and I accidentally ended up with my dick in the wrong chalice causing my girl cock to shrivel up and fall off to dust. Best bottom surgery ever, you woo.
I mean, right? I was gonna say it, but you said it first. Ouch. Oh, God. I was muted? Am I muted right now? Oh, fuck. I'm not muted, right? No. I knew it. I just wanted to make sure I got the brand because I knew the color. And honestly, like, I love, like, I'm the biggest tomboy. Like, I collect tarantulas and, stuff. But I love beauty products. I have, like, a skincare obsession and hair shit. I like doing this stuff, so it's fine. I like this stuff. But I just wanted to say, I bleached my hair, so it was totally blonde. I had faded Manic Panic on it that was voodoo blue. This color, however, is called Blue Moon, which it's all, my light is making everything just look exactly the same color right now, which is great. But it's not. This like is it. It's a dark blue, but it's got like a little tinge of like teal. The voodoo blue, and then I put the Blue Moon over it. So I think it'll still end up just the Blue Moon color, but you never know. I don't want to be a dick. I got you, booze. Yeah, Manic Panic is great. I've been using this shit since I was like 12, buying it at Hot Topic at the mall in Spokane. It's still good stuff. I haven't found another one that's just as good. Special sauce. This is the best I can do. COVID made everything suck. Do you hate spiders? Did you know that there's not a deadly tarantula in the entire world in existence? Not one. However, dogs kill people every day. Also, if there were no spiders in the world, you'd be eaten alive by ticks and bed bugs and mosquitoes in 5 minutes. So, just think about that before you kill a spider, please. That's all I ask. So many disgusting, like spiders, they only have one brain cell, like they have a ganglion. They can't think. They're not like thinking intelligent creatures. However, sometimes I question jumping spiders. They're crazy. But they have enough instinct to know that not one of them has venom to take down a human. So the only way any of them are going to bite you is if you sit on one or try to kill it. They don't do it. Like I have some of the most like aggressive, it's defensive. They're not smart enough to be aggressive. Aggressive tarantulas in the world, and they're pussies. Pussies. I feed them on stream all the time. You could ask my entire chat. Like, literally, they run away from grubs. They're like, help, it's dangerous. And the grub's like, it's comical. That being said, I totally respect fear. Like, I don't whip out tarantulas on stream without a big ol' spooter warning, and I have, like, a special screen for it and everything because I respect arachnophobia. I get it. I get it. You can totally exile them. Absolutely. That being said, if you're finding spiders in your house regularly, that means there's something for them to eat. So think about that. They won't stay. Like, even if it's freezing outside, they will find somewhere else to go if there's no food. Because spiders, true spiders, eat really a lot more often than tarantulas. Tarantulas tend to live like 30 years. They're more like a snake. They eat like once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. Sometimes they go 6 months without eating. True spiders tend to die within a year, and their metabolism's really fast. So they have to eat every day, all the time. And if you don't have a constant source of food in your house for the spider, they won't stay. But if you're always seeing spiders, you might want to consider your hygiene levels or maybe how often you vacuum. Just a thought. Oh my God. Dude, Sarah, I'm excited for you though. Do you enjoy it? Everybody's gonna have bugs. I mean, it's just natural. I vacuum like 3 times a day. I'm kind of OCD about it, and I have jumping spiders on my walls and stuff. It's just natural. You'd be real freaked out if I told you how many bugs lived on your skin that want to kill you, and the only thing between them and killing you is your skin. Ah! Jumping spiders are wild, right? Like, Ike Wolf is the one who got me into them, and I found one on my wall one day, and I was like, I'll take care of it. And it was, first off, it's the biggest jumping spider I've ever seen in my life. It was like easily the size of a nickel, and it was bright red. But the weird thing about a jumping spider versus any of the other tarantulas and spiders I own, and I own a lot, they can turn their head and look at you, and they do. And train is a hard word because they got a ganglion. Like, I don't know a ton about a brain, but I know how you think. And you can't really think about thinking unless you have more than one brain cell. But they look like it, and I've seen people on, like, Instagram and shit, they can train their jumping spiders to, like, jump on separate fingers and shit. I don't know. They cool. I think so, Clary. Like, I wonder if they can see into the depths of my soul. Like, you guys remember the other day there was a jumping spider on my light, and I was just sitting here staring at it. It stayed there for the entire 6 hours of my stream. and stared at me. And it would move and just look. And I think it read my soul all day. And then it left because it saw that. CJ, oh, I love you. Bye. Hi, bye. These days the cats have already found every dumb. Well, that's my dogs would kill anything big enough for me to worry about. But I live in the desert. We don't really have anything. See, and Kino, I don't know enough about thinking. Like, I wish I had taken more classes on brains and stuff, but respiratory doesn't really go into brains much. It's fascinating. Like, I mean, you guys have seen my tarantulas. Like, they have one brain cell. No, they cannot think. They are completely instinctual, prehistoric creatures. But we've watched them on camera, like, meticulously move dirt around their enclosure, fill their, like, every tarantula known to man fills their water bowl. Like, we all know that. They're just going to fill the water bowl. I mean, I could show you some of what my tarantulas have done, like, webbing up their enclosures. They're immaculate. And it's hard for, I just don't know. I don't know. Why can't I spin a home out of my butt sauce? I'm jealous. Yes, I do, Clary. Yes, I do. Squeaky, absolutely. Well, it was on my light and it was like basking. I think like I have this like square, it looks like one of those Logitech lights, but it's not. It's like an off-brand one that faces the wall just to give me the bounce back. And it was chilling on the side, just staying warm. It was super cute. Oh my God, wait. Spiders are cowards? They are. All my spiders. I wish they were more aggressive. You could ask my entire chat. Like, literally, they run away from grubs. They're like, help, it's dangerous. And the grub's like, it's comical. I imitated a grub. I kind of forgot. Why did I do that, though? Like, you guys don't know how a maggot works. I feed them on I don't. You could ask my entire chat. Like, literally, they run away from grubs. They're like, help, it's dangerous. And the grub's like, it's comical. It is, though. I have so few spiders that will just take food. Oh. Vanden, I don't know if that's true or not. I've heard it be debunked, and then I've heard it rebunked, so I have no idea. I honestly don't know. Like, I've heard multiples. I've heard over and over that, like, yes, that's true, and then no, it's not true. I think what it is that their venom could kill us if they had the dose in their body that we would need. But the problem is they can't deliver a big enough dose, let alone their fangs not being strong enough to penetrate our skin. I have a hard time thinking their fangs can't penetrate our skin, though, because most arachnids consume, bugs with exoskeletons they have to penetrate. So, like, why wouldn't they be able to penetrate this fleshy shit? Like, what are they eating that's softer than us, you know? That's just me thinking, though. I don't know. Oh, they're not spiders. They're oh, wow, that's a word. Opilloins. Opilloins? And they are not venomous. Okay, there you go. They're not venomous. Do they have fangs, or are those just pedipalps? Newton was poor and struggled in school? No, but I knew that Albert Einstein married his cousin and was kind of a dick. Scientists always come up surprised when they think something is super simple organism. Then they find them showing shit like empathy or something. I know. Isn't it ironic that we think, like, oh, if you don't have, like, all the lobes of brain we have, you can't feel things? I have a hard time believing that. Yeah, it's very much like a, not ethnocentric thing, but like a grander than, I can't think of the word. I'm a little stoned. Shocker there. But, like, the we're better than everything. We are superior when we are so not. Dudes are toxic. Oh my God, though. No, but have you seen the guy on SNL that, there was a skit on SNL, which I cannot show. I will totally get in trouble. And the Asian, oh God, what is his name? He always plays like flamboyantly homosexual characters, and he played a daddy like a kid dressing up as a daddy long legs, and he acted like it was like a drag show. Oh, it was so fucking funny. If I can find it on YouTube later, I'll put it on Discord. It was so funny. I died. And of course it's bugs, so you know. There was like who it was the one it's the episode where Rami what is his name? He played Freddie Mercury. Rami something. He hosted. Fuck. Rami Malek. Malek? I think so, right? He hosted. And he was a stink bug, and then there was someone else. There was like 4 bugs on stage, but the last one is this like guy who does he just plays. I don't know if he's gay at all, but he plays a very good like queen persona, and he's like he acts like he's daddy, and he's like, "Daddy Longlegs will eat your dick because he don't give a fuck," and then he just like goes off and lights start flashing, and he's doing a drag show. I cried. It was so funny. I cried. Yep. Yes, Mr. Robot. Yes. I really like him. He's a good act. Everything I've seen him in, he's very like he has a really good range, I would say. You know? Oh, they don't have fangs. And there are no known Can you give me another example of an opaloin? Opaloin? That's a weird word, sorry. Can you give me another example of one just for funsies? I lived in a house that had black widows under anything that moved around. Yeah. I own 2 black widows, but I will not allow them to be in my home. I will extricate them. One of them is literally a black widow I found outside in my yard because no, they can hurt you. They could hurt my dogs, and that's where I draw the line. Like, if there's something in my yard that could get in my dog's fur, bite them and kill them. I own them in, sealed containers, but I wouldn't let those be in my house either. Normally, though, like in a lived-in home, you're not going to find black widows. Black widows like to be in cold, dark, untouched places. Like, they make webbing that's really ugly. It looks like netted, like, pillow stuffing. And it's like just scattered nothing. And they usually pick like a dark corner in your garage where you haven't moved that shovel for 10 years. It's rusted. They're going to live behind that, you know. They don't normally, like, they don't like warm. They are kind of really boring, honestly. Oh, Harvestman. Okay, yeah. Is this a sketch? Shut up. I'll put it in Discord because is Discord working yet? Yes, it is. It shows Rami Malek as the stink bug on the cover. I'll put it in. Can I? Hopefully. Let's see. Discord has been fucky all day for everybody, not just me, thank God. Not that I want it to be fucky for you guys, but usually it's just me. Widows are the Unabomers of the spider world. They're pretty wild. Like, I watch my spiders eat. I watch all of them because that's why I keep them. It's fun. And, if a tarantula bites something... Oh, my God, Discord's working. Yes. Well, hopefully it works enough for me to post this. Usually, I watch, like, a tarantula. We'll take a roach. It can take 12 to 20 hours for that roach's legs to stop wiggling. If I feed my black widow, the legs stop moving in a couple seconds. I don't handle any of my spiders. It's not safe for them. It's not safe for you. They don't like it. Why would the fuck would I do that? They're not affectionate animals. But that is one I would not fuck with. Because even if it didn't kill me, it's going to be real painful. Thank you, Sales, for sacrificing all the virgins. Where should I put this? It's funny. Vids. I'll put it in vids. Boosh. I put it in the vids section of our Discord. If you're not part of our Discord, you're very welcome. ! Discord in the chat will pop up a link. It can be intimidating. We have a really big Discord, but I swear, just like, take it slow. It's literally just like mini Reddit things. Like, think of it like that. It's like little mini Reddit sections. Ooh, you're lucky that's not a color I made. I make a lot of my own makeup. I did not make that color, though. Hold on. It is I believe it's Urban Decay. Yeah, it's Urban Decay. And it's from the Naked 2 palette. Oh my God. The name might be gone. Oh no. Oh no! So the name of it is Verve. VRVE. Verve. And it's like a really, really good, it's like a taupey silver. It might be coming up like whitish silver, but it's very neutral. There's no warm or cool tone to it. And my skin's like hella neutral. So when I use like a cool tone or a warm tone, it's insanely vibrant on my skin for some reason. So I try to stick to neutral shit. But yeah, it's both these colors are the 2 on my lid right now. The other one is called Pistol. Those 2. That's verve, and that's pistol. And you can see like there is no tone, whereas like warm, 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 cool-ish, warm. People fucking love warm tones. Like, come on. Some of us can't be orange. It's such a waste for me because you can see that I've never touched those colors. They look like shit on me. Would I let a tarantula crawl on my face for $1,000? Yes. Easy. Unless you have more money, in which case, no. I want more. Yeah. They feel like, imagine a feather with weight. That's what their feet feel like. They have like insanely soft little puppy feet. You can look up macro shots of tarantula feet. They're insanely soft. Like, but imagine weight on the soft thing. Because they do. I mean, like this bitch. I don't know if you can see her. She's on the side right there. This is one of my biggest tarantulas. She hefty bitch. She got weight to her. Like, she's like a water balloon with legs. And if she crawls on me, like, you can feel it, but it's so soft. You don't feel like claws or anything like that. You're very welcome, Bun. I love talking about makeup. I have so much of it. But it's like years of accumulation of makeup. We'll jump at you if they're in a spicy mood. You want to know what mine do? I've tried to catch it on camera so many times. So many times. But because black widows are very private and secretive and do not like to be seen or touched or anything, if I am anywhere near their enclosure, they won't eat their food, so I can't get it on camera, which sucks. But I have a black widow from my yard. I found it in a box I was breaking down, and it was like kill it or keep it, and it was really small, so I was like, it might be a male. It wasn't. It's a big one, but it's fine. And then the other one came from a tarantula person in the tarantula community online who actually had a seizure, and his wife basically said, I'm going to kill your spiders if you don't get rid of them. So I adopted a bunch of spiders from him, and I got a redback, an Australian black widow from him. Very timid, very shy. They have the exact same personality. But what the Australian does is so weird. So the way their webbing is, it's not like you see those beautiful circular, what we call an orb web. Orb web, they're flat, they're 2D, but really pretty. It looks like a spiral. Those are extremely specific to orb weavers. The rest of the spider world pretty much just poops out a mess and hopes something gets stuck in it, aside from a few outliers that are insanely intelligent. Like one literally makes a net between its two front arms and physically nets bugs it sees. It's great, like a net. It's, yeah. Anyways, so if I throw it into the web and I actually get it into her nasty ass webbing, the spider will, like, they're always upside down, always. They never are like on top of anything. They're always hanging upside down. She will look at it and then just do this. For 20 minutes. Whole body squat. Imagine all 8 legs. Just like at it. She doesn't do anything. Like, she doesn't attack it. She doesn't go for it. She just stands near it and squats for 20 minutes. I don't know what she's doing. It's so weird. But every spider's different. Like, every single spider I have has a different behavior when it comes to hunting. And that's hers. And it's weird. And then what they do, so get this. So they don't bite right away. Biting is the last thing they do. Because venom is a finite resource, believe it or not. And it takes a lot of energy to bite things and put your face near the danger zone. So what they do first, this is just my black widows, they actually like shoot a much thicker webbing out their spinnerets at the victim. And at the end of it is like a ball of her webbing that she's bundled up with her legs before she like shot it at them. And it's sticky. It's like way stickier than her web. Her webbing isn't sticky at all. I've touched it before. It's just really strong. It's insanely sticky. And so it causes the bug to panic and further entrap themselves. So they essentially web themselves. And then when they're exhausted, she sneaks in, bites a leg, and they die instantly. It's crazy humane. Like, they're very kind about their kills. But it's wild to watch. I just live like in Steve Irwin's backyard, basically. But it's fine. I feel fine. I don't know. Like, I thought it was intimidation, or maybe like when I first got her, I was like, well, maybe she's scared, of like big prey. But I've seen black widows take down snakes and shit. Like they're not afraid. And I still to this day have no idea why she squats at her prey, but she does it every fucking time. And it'll go slower, and then it'll speed up, and then it'll be slower, and it's just the redback that does that. I have the one next to me, literally within reaching distance, but I know some of you are afraid of spiders, and I promise I will never whip out a surprise spider. I'm not like that. I try not to be a dick. My goal is not to make you afraid of spiders. My goal is to make you just stop killing them. That's all I ask. Unless it's gonna kill you, in which case, obvious, like, duh. How many do I have? I believe I have about 49 tarantulas. I lost a few recently because long story short, I bought them as babies. They turned out to be males, and males don't live long at all. They live like 1 to 4 years on average. So I had a couple tarantulas molt out to be males and die, which really sucked. I'm sad. But it's just what happened. I have 2 males right now, and I'm just like waiting. It's literally waiting for death. Like, you know it's going to happen. Of Arachnomort's belly on Twitter. Yes, I do. Is it a spider? Should I do spider warning for everybody? Spooder warning. I'm not into scaring people. Like, that is not why I own tarantulas. Or for being badass or anything. I own them because I get to, like, watch little pieces of nature around me all the time. It's cool. Nah, dude, I totally get it. Like I said, I would not allow a black widow in my home. And not even because of me. It's because of my dogs. Like, I have a black widow on my shelf right here. She's enclosed in an encapsulated enclosure that she could never literally physically get out of. So I have no nervousness. But anything that could get on my dog and hurt my dog is going to die. Period. Yeah. That's just, I mean, that's self-preservation. Yeah. Totally cool. Motherfucker lives in our bathroom window. That's amazing. William. I think Boyfruit went to bed because it's hella late for him and he had to get up early, but I'll tell him you said thank you. Hello, Will. How are you? They are. I mean, every tarantula has every spider. I always say tarantula because I mostly have tarantulas. I have 2 black widows and I have 4 erisis. It's a type of spider. They're called ladybird spiders. They're really, really rare. They're like my prized possession. They're the jewel of my rough, if you know what I mean. But every single arachnid I own has different eating behavior, even same species. It's real weird. Which, then again, like, you got to talk about, like, personality. Like, how much of a brain do you need to have a personality? Because all my spiders are different. They have a temperament. And I've had them all since they were babies, so it's not like I don't know where they came from, you know? I don't know. It's weird. Oh my god, it is. What time? Oh my gosh. It's about that time, my dudes. Time flies way too fast when I hang out with you guys, and I'm mildly offended by it. Ooh. They're coming out with a new naked palette with a green theme? Interesting. I'll have to look at it. Honestly, I did buy a palette recently, but that's the first makeup palette I think I've bought in like 10 years. I really think makeup just kind of like, they just started spitting out the exact same thing over and over and over for a while. Like Sephora and Ulta got really big and people were just shelling out cash every time they went there. And I think companies kind of took advantage of that. So most of my makeup is really old. I clean it, obviously. Gross. Anything that is like a mascara, anything wet that goes on a wet part of your face, your mouth or your mascara, it needs to be changed every 3 months, period, end of story. But like, where is it? This new palette is fucking gorgeous. It's Lush. Or Melt, excuse me. It's not Lush. Lush is like fucking bougie Bath and Body Works. This is by Melt. First off, I mean, you can tell I'm a sucker for some packaging. As a pulmonary specialist, this got me. But then I opened it and it's actually gorgeous. The colors are really cool. I was pretty impressed by the colors. It's like Dia de los Muertos themed, but like matte oranges and shit. Like all of these are matte. Every single one of these are actually matte. These ones, sorry, I'm going backwards. These ones are all matte. That's matte, 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 matte. If anybody's into makeup, like, you know how infrequently we get mattes in a palette. Like, you usually get one and it's like white or you know, cool toned peach. you don't get mattes. And by matte, I mean there is no shimmer. There's no shimmer, there's no sparkle, there's no pearl. It is flat, like flat paint, you know? And it's so hard to find good matte eyeshadows. And they really put, I mean, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. 14 out of 20 are matte. That's impressive. And the ones that are in here that aren't matte are like foils, like the most intense glitter eyeshadow. It's not glitter. It's not chunky. It's foil glitter. So foil glitter, it's like, how do you describe it? It's not chunky glitter. It's not like glitter like the herpes of the craft world glitter. It's still a powder. How do you describe foil to someone who doesn't understand what that is? You know, Viata, there is one at Sephora right now. It's always sold out. I want to say it's by like Huda Beauty. Huda? Huda. There is an entire matte palette, and I've had my eyes on it for years, but it's always sold out because everybody wants mattes. Cool nicknames. I've never had a nickname in my whole life. I have no idea. I was named a nickname, so I kind of got fucked. Ooh. How to get a TikTok account unbanned. I don't use TikTok. I have no clue. Seriously. You might want to hit up Discord. There's a lot of techie people in the community, but I don't use TikTok, so I have no idea. Yeah, I'm a big fan of mattes. If you're older, so you just have wrinkles. We all get wrinkles from moving our face. It's just gonna happen. So you have like smile lines and shit, or wrinkles on your eyelid or under your eyelid. Anything with shimmer is going to accentuate that. So shimmer, sparkle, foil, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is going to make things pop out. So if you have any wrinkles on your eyes, shimmer is like the death of you. For me, I hate it. It just makes and it's not like wrinkles, it's just eye folds, but it makes them look like wrinkles. Like it cakes up and just makes them pop out. And it's so hard to find eyeshadows that truly, I mean, have nada. That is a flat fucking, and Melt has good products. It's like silky. They have good products. I'll stand by them I've stood by them for a while, actually. They're the ones that made the palette, the weed palette. It was, oh my God, what was it called? Was it just called the 420 palette? And every color in it was like a beautiful color of green named after a weed strain. It was hilarious. But Melt's great. They're vegan, no test on animals, all the good shit. Yep, cruelty-free. They do not test on animals, which means you can't get them in China, unfortunately. China has a really crazy law that in order to buy cosmetics there, they must be tested on animals. Ugh, China, what? Can't find it there, unfortunately, but I think Melt is pretty much available most places. But yeah, I mean, if I own anything that's not cruelty-free, I didn't know it, and I never buy it again. I'm a huge proponent for that. If you can buy a mascara that hasn't been scrubbed into the eyes of a bunny rabbit, why wouldn't you? And it's the same price and same quality, or cheaper. Why wouldn't you? Like, everybody makes a mistake. I didn't know. I think CoverGirl tests on animals still, I think. I had no idea. I used a CoverGirl mascara for years. I feel bad about it, but I stopped using it. Like, you can always change. The name of the palette, oh God, what is it? It's the Melt. What is it called? Oh, there it is. Amor y mariposas. Isn't that the love of butterflies? I'm a little sketchy on my Spanish, but I'm pretty sure it's the love of butterflies. Yep, that's exactly it. I think it's, hold on, let me see, mariposas. Yep, you spelled it right. They did like cursive flippy writing, so I thought there was a Y in there, but it's not. It's just weird ass writing. Yep. Yeah, and they have a small version too. I've seen like a mini version that just has a couple of the colors, but it takes a lot for me to buy a new palette. These are for people that don't wear makeup, and this is people. I don't believe in gendered shit. Everybody can wear makeup. Everybody, period. Palettes can be upwards of $100. Like, they can be stupid. I think this one was like $50 or $60, which is still a dumb amount of money for makeup. So it takes a lot for me to actually shell that cash out anymore. You gotta have, like, colors I've never seen before, or I can't get anywhere else. Period. Because I've seen I make my own makeup at this point, because I just got sick of looking for shit that doesn't exist. What do you do? What do you do? Love and butterflies. What did I say? Love of butterflies? That would have been Dell, right? My bad. Wait, how do you make your own makeup? I just crush up eyeshadows and mix them. Seriously? Like, I have a lot of palettes that I've just owned for years, you know? Like these. These are great. These naked ones. I mean, when did the first naked palette come out? I don't even know. But you can see where I've knocked pans out. So colors that I've never touched, literally this is probably 10 plus years old. I've never touched those two colors. I'll knock them out. And then say I have a color that I love, like a really rich purple, but it's down to pan and there's like nothing in the edges. I'll mix them together and then I just add I use Thayer's, it's their witch hazel like toner, but you can use rubbing alcohol and you just mix it up into a paste and then repan it into a new pan and you have a new color. And that way I don't ever waste my makeup because I don't know if you heard me, that it's so expensive. But I'm big on not wasting. So like these are my little mixing trays. And literally like I know what I want. Like I'll go to a store and be like, I really want a brown with a purple shimmer. No one will make it. So I will. So I have a lot, like I use my I use weed containers for them actually. So this is a color I made. Oop, there's loose fallout in it. I made this, it's like a green gold. It's really pretty. But you can see I made it duochrome because I wanted a green gold duochrome and it didn't exist. So I took some green eyeshadow and mixed it with gold eyeshadow and repotted it into a little dab thing. What was it? What was the strain? I can't read it. It was something, some sort of drugs. But I just repot them into that. This is like, what did I do with this one? This was, I believe this was like a really pretty emerald green, but it was like, really transparent. Like, you know how some eyeshadows, they look really pretty in the pot and then you put them on and it's like, was there even eyeshadow on your brush? So I just added an opaque green to it, like a green eyeshadow I had that I didn't really use, but I knew had really good color payoff. So now I have the shimmer green, but payoff. I don't like to waste. Can you tell I grew up poor? Cheers! Oh my god, let's cheers. I made these out of the, like, that palette I was talking about, the 420 palette from Melt. I used it up, so I had all these, like, panned out eyeshadow pans. So I used them and made new colors out of them. So I need to, like, glue them in somewhere. But this is what I do with my spare shit, because there's so much waste in the world, my dudes. So much waste in the world. And, like, I could have gone and bought an $80 palette, and instead I took an hour, and now I have a whole new palette of new colors that no one else has. If you like to feel special, you can think of it that way. Hold on, I just have to move this shit, because I don't... Ew. But yeah, that's all I do. You can, I mean, if you have old makeup palettes, open them up. What colors have you never touched? Look at this. How old is this palette? The Naked Smoky palette. I guarantee you I bought this on launch. Someone tell me how long I've had this, because it's probably gross. Look at all the colors I've never used in my life, because they're so cool toned. I'm yellow. Like I have very Jewish looking olive toned skin. These are terrible on my skin. I just look like a corpse. I'll never use them, but someday I'll hit pan on some color I do like, and I'll mix them, and I'll make something I like someday. Hopefully. I mean, I think it's older, because I bought this when I still lived in Seattle, which was before 2015. And you know, it's like clothes. If you have something in your closet that's had a tag on it for 3 years, you're never going to wear that thing. Stop thinking you're going to wear the thing. Donate it, please. And that's with makeup. If you haven't touched it in 5, 7+ years, you're not going to touch it. Do something with it. It's just hoarding, you know? Let's cheers. Sorry, I just had to move that shit out of the way. That's my weird thing I do in my side. I just don't like to waste. There's so much waste. If you don't, like, I know a lot of people aren't into makeup. If you don't know what I mean by pan, makeup is like pressed into little aluminum pans like this. So when I mean you hit pan, like, see that color? See how my brush has literally worn through to the pan? Eventually, there's just going to be a big silver circle, but there's still a shit ton of eyeshadow in the corners of this pan that you can't get out, like, without, like, a toothpick. And you'll just throw it away. But obviously, I like that color, right? Why would I do that? Doesn't make any sense. But that's pan. You can see the pan, obviously. There are colors I use. And then, what the fuck? Never touched them before. Old art supplies, big one. Oh my god, I'm notorious for that. I have some oil paints that I can literally pull out that my high school art teacher gave to me, which is sick. They're still good. They're oil paints, but like, I'm sure there's someone right now oil painting that could definitely use them, and I haven't oil painted in years. Let us cheers. It's good. I love purging. I think it's healthy. I think, like, growing up, I wasn't like, when I say poor, I wasn't like starving, but we had a lot of hand me downs. We had a lot of new used stuff. I never had new clothes. I got clothes from my siblings, you know, like, you, I can have a tendency to be like, well, what if I need that thing? But you could literally do that about every fucking piece of trash in your house. You don't have to throw things away. There's so many people that could actually use it today. Like, there's so many people that are hurting that can't feed their kids or clothe them, you know? And I think of them and I'm like, you know what? I can buy it 10 years down the road when and if I need the thing, you know, whatever the fuck it is. I get analytical with palettes, and usually there are so many warms and neutrals. Dude, I hate it. I hate it. See, and I go for the neutrals. Like, neutrals and some cool tones I can pull off, but warm tones are garbage on my skin. I just have olive skin. I couldn't explain to you why, but they make my skin look sick. If I do like yellows, you know, warm, really rich yellows, and ugh, they're just bad. Warm browns, I love them. I love to look at them, but I put them on my face and I'm like, am I ill? Do I have an illness? Is it COVID? Like, it's just the tone of your skin really dictates, you know? How do I figure out what undertone I have? Ooh, it's super easy. So you want to go into natural light, which if it's snowy out where you are right now, Squeaky, it's perfect because the snow really cleans up the light outside. And you bend your wrist like this, and you look at the color of the veins in your wrist. And literally, if they're blue, you're cool toned. If they're green, you're like warmish toned, right? Yeah. And if they're kind of both, you're probably neutral. Another way to tell is just naturally what you drift towards. So like if you naturally just feel better in silver jewelry, like your whole life, like you put gold on, you're like, that doesn't look good on me. You're probably right. It probably doesn't. Like you get a taste for what looks good on you. You're probably cool toned. Cool tone people look really good in silver. Warm tone people tend to look really good in gold. Neutral tone people, they tend to look good in like tarnished stuff or rose gold, things like that. Yeah. Also, like cool tone people are very pinky. Pinky. Sorry if my hand cut that out. Like they flush really easily. Where I don't know if you've noticed, even if I'm sweating my balls off because I just took a huge hit off my bong, I never flush. I don't get rosy cheeks. It doesn't exist on me. I don't have pink tones in my skin at all. I could be a corpse. Like there's no pink. Some people it's just like whoosh. Those are more cool toned. And it's just like the melanin levels in your skin. That's all. Pink and yellow, that's neutral. That means you can really pull off anything. Rosy or acne? No, I have my bong literally right here. I hate touching my bong and my lighter with dirty hands. Is that weird? Like I had makeup on my fingers, so I had to like rub them off. It's me. I'm probably a little weird. Cheers. I'm just gonna roast the bowl for you, okay? Okay. That was my sign language. Did it come off that way? I don't really like jewelry either. I don't like jewelry I can feel. If I notice the jewelry's on me, like I can't wear bracelets or watches or anything because I'm way too involved with my hands. I talk with my hands. I'm drawing and painting and doing things with my hands so much they just get in the way. Like I have gauges because it's an earring that you never do anything with. You know, it's lazy jewelry. I like lazy jewelry. Shit you can shower in. I don't take any of this out. I've got lots of piercings in my ears, but it's all permanent, like surgical steel shit, you know. I love piercings and stuff, but I'm not the type to like accessorize every day. For me, it's just like, am I clothed and clean? Okay, I'm good. Cheers again. I'm cooking the bowl before it cooks itself. Oh, honey, I'm so sad she passed. That's a really cool idea, though. Yes, yes, you did, Squeaky. Yep. That's usually. Now, some people do this and they can't even see the veins in their wrist. Like, that's not a foolproof, obviously. Then you go by, like, one easy way is, your face is always going to get more sun than any other part of your body. Doesn't matter what color your skin is. Like, your face is just going to get it. Go into natural light or in a bathroom with really good lighting and look in the mirror. Put your palm next to your face. What does your palm look like? If your palm is, mine's looking pink because of this lighting, but if your palm is very pinky, like the pads are very pinky, that's a cool tone. If the palm, like my palms, when I do this in natural light, they're just yellow. Like I literally look jaundice. That's like a more warm toned skin tone. Does that make sense? If a butt plug has a jewel on it, is it jewelry? Absolutely. Come sugars. The only reason I have a ring on. This is my fidget toy. I don't know why the fuck all these people invented little things you have to buy. Put a ring on your finger. All day. All day. Every day. Yeah, pinky undertones means you're cooler toned. Another way, you can actually still look these tests up, I think. So in the 80s, instead of saying like cool toned, warm toned, all the magazines and all the beauty companies came out with these tests to tell you what season you were. So you could do these tests, and it's pretty much the same thing. They're like, what color are your eyes? What color is your natural hair color? What colors do you feel you look good in? So on and so forth. And they'll tell you what season you are, which is essentially a neutral, cool, warm tone, whatever. And they would actually like give you, like if you were a fall season, you wore rich reds and like orange reds, browns, muted greens, khakis. If you were a winter, you wore like blue red and royal blue and black looked good on you. Like all this shit. My mom literally had the book like from the 80s. So when I was a kid, we'd go through it and do the test all the time. I can't even remember what I was. I have no idea. I think I'm a winter. I look really bad in muted colors. Muted and pastel is like the worst case scenario for me ever. Not just vanity, they literally look bad on me. I have to have like pure white or pure black or like a rich gray. It can't be like muted khakis or anything. It washes my skin out. It makes me look sallow. It's weird. A D&D's dice roller butt plug. But wait, how do you get them back in the roller? Does the person have to eat them and wait? Oh. Vaughn, that was the hardest part of like my job as an RT was taking people off life support. Hydrate before you die straight. And a lot of it was sad, but when I look back on it and think on it consciously, not being in the moment, I feel like I was like the angel of mercy in 90% of those cases. Because most of the time when you're put on life support, you're not going to come off. It's just kind of keeping your heart and lungs going for a few more days so family can show up from all over the country and say goodbye to your comatose body. It's so infrequent that people come off life support, living, that most of the time I felt like I was putting an end to what we were doing to them in the hospital, No, don't ever apologize. We're friends. That's what friends are for. That's what a community is for. We talk about all sorts of stuff. It's important to have an open forum, I think. As long as we're not being dicks. Y'all know my feeling on that. Oh, special. How did you remember my birthday? I haven't said anything about it. Did I say anything about it? I usually keep it to myself.
Welcome to the class hall.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, honey. Sarah, I was talking about you today. Were your ears tingling? A bro to the past, one of my dearest lovers. Thank you for the resub. How are you and the little ones? Yes, we were talking about, it was, you know how stream goes. Long story short, I don't even know how we got to the topic, but we were talking about teachers being literally abused all over the world in general. And I was telling everyone how you had to like do your own classroom at the beginning of COVID. Like when you were making all the individual cases and everybody had their own little carpet because no kids could touch. And they're like, imagine telling I can't fathom telling a class of children not to move or touch each other. Like, how? Shock collars? They're children. Oh, we can always call people out for being dicks. Honestly, most of the time there's like an anti-vaxxer or someone just being mean in chat. The way I find out is you guys. You guys start fucking with them, and that's the conversation I start seeing, and I'm like, oh shit, there's a douche in chat. And then my mods have already got him, though, you know? But most of the time it's you guys. Which I'm thankful for. You've never been dicks about it. Like, you just start playing with them like a cat with a toy. It's great. Which one? That one? Yes, give me 1 second. It is the end of my day. But now that I'm not living in migraine land, I should be back tomorrow. Knock on wood. Sacrifice some virgins for me. I want to find someone to host. Because if I get up and get that dog, there's no way I'm going to have any more conversation with you guys. They're crazy. And that means they know it's time for the W-A-L-K. Which I can't say out loud. And then they just lose their minds. You know what I'm saying? I gotta keep it on the DL. But yeah, I absolutely will. And how you assholes funded me $1,000? Well, I didn't put $1 on it. I just said we tore her list in half and gave her a new butthole. But they're kids. Like, that's the core of it. The core of the whole conversation was like, most children, and this is not a diss on any parent. I fully believe the vast majority of families in the United States of America, because that's my experience, and that's all I can speak to, really, both parents have to work full-time to support a family. That's what it costs to live here, in most cases. So I'm not hating, but your kids spend 90% of their life with teachers. Like, we need to be treating teachers like humans and paying them, like, for what they're actually doing, which is raising the children of America single-handedly. They're babysitters, glorified in some cases. Like, I got real mad about it earlier. Because, like, you know, Mickey DK, he is a teacher of young children, and he is by law not allowed to wear a mask, even though none of the kids are vaccinated, and they're getting sick all the time and bringing their parents COVID to school because the school believes that the kids need to see his mouth. Never mind if he just dies. Like, and he's in fucking Denmark. Like, this is not a third world country. This is arguably the happiest country in the world doing this right now. Like, you know what I mean? And I hear so many stories from you guys. There's so many wonderful teachers in my chat and in the community. And it's just, the teachers literally are raising America, and we pay them less than McDonald's employees. Not saying McDonald's employees deserve to be paid less. I'm saying teachers deserve to be paid like 50 times more. And any public service person that is, you know, it's just crazy to me. Dude, you got me, Clary. Ooh, a new Partium. Ooh, Taco. I hope so. Oh, I gotta find someone cool to host. Hold on. I always get side. You guys are wonderful at sidetracking me. Mel, I'm saying, like, it doesn't sound like something that should happen there. I mean, they seem like they're pretty on top of it and safe, and they've done the shutdowns as appropriate, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's weird to me. That dang Razor mask, because it's clear and has a mic. I haven't looked at that one. A clear one? Okay, hold on. I wanted to see is Neuro still alive? Because I know he was going to stream, but that was like hours ago. I talked too long. I wanted to see if he's still fucking streaming though. My follow list isn't coming up. Come on. Come on, Twitch. Don't do this to me. Not right now. Ooh, I never got closure. Last I heard she was beaten? Oh. Your stepdad sounds like he needs to have his taint stomped on with some stilettos. Regardless of what he did, being a heartless bastard. How come you're not on Wild RP? I just don't know. Why am I not? One of my teachers. Cocky, were your ears burning? Man. I love you guys. Last week I had to stay an extra hour because our custodians were all out with COVID. Oh, you had no one to clean the classrooms during. Oh my fucking Christ. We officially don't have people to clean up the COVID during COVID. I don't know what to do anymore. Custodial staff is arguably the most important asset in any functioning anything right now. Holy what? I don't know if this is scary or on par, but they lowered the they lowered the specifications you need to fly a commercial air flight because none of the pilots want to fly anymore because it's so unsafe. So that's happening. So I might come to TwitchCon EU, but I might die on the way. Is he? Why isn't he? I'm looking for him in my follow list. He's not coming up in my follow list. Is he really? Hold on. It might have unfollowed me. Twitch does this. This is why I always tell you guys, like, don't feel bad if you have to refollow me for some reason. Like, I don't take offense. It happens. It's like a well-known phenomenon, but in the Twitch world that we all get randomly unfollowed from people. I gotta top my bowl off, Cocky, so we're gonna do our final cheers with your cheers, okay? Because I want to give you a good cheers. Like, this would be so sad. I love you, monkey. My router should be here tonight. Oh, it should be on my porch right now, actually. I'm very excited. I'm glad you popped in. We were literally just talking about, like, the various forms that teachers are abused across the world. No one told me they were out. Shut the fuck up. What? I apologize for anyone with children in the room. That was... What? Can I get a... Do you... Angel, do you have a link to Neuro's channel you could just throw in chat? You're a sub, so you're very welcome. But he's not coming up in my fucking list for some reason. Oh, Twitch. Oh, Twitch. How you fuck with me. It won't even come up in my search bar. I hate it. Maybe my Twitch is failing. Oh, God. I'll refresh. I mean, that was like what I was saying, Cocky. Like, literally right before you came in, I was like, arguably teachers spend more time, like, exponentially more time with your children than parents do because parents have to work. And there's no shame on that. My parents both worked full-time my entire childhood. I was a latchkey kid, and I'm not bitter about it. They had to do that to feed us. That's America. Like, but because of that, like, we got to pay teachers. We got to make teachers happy because unhappy, unpaid, miserable teachers are going to quit and not be a great influence for kids. Facts, right? Thank you, Squeaky. No, you're totally cool. Squeaky got you, boo. Thank you. As long as one of you got it. I just couldn't get it. My Twitch was being weird on this computer. It's fine. As long as one of us got it, it's cool, boo-boo. We a community, we hold hands. I don't believe that anyone should have to sub to my channel. This is why I run ads on my breaks and stuff, so that no one has to suffer them. I don't do anything worth money. Come on, guys. I just hang out. Any of you that can and do support my channel and gift subs, you are angel fucks, and you pay my bills, and I super, super worship you, because without you, I'd be unplugging grandma in COVID land. Or dead. I don't know. I don't really know how the last 3 years would have gone. But regardless, I'm extremely thankful. And in no way do I believe in pressuring people to sub to me or give me anything. Fuck that. Savvy, I was just about to raid Neuro. Fuck you. I gotta go WALK, my dogs. Let's cheers, though. I got Neuro's channel up. We're gonna raid my boy Neuro. So, he was in chat way earlier today hanging out with us. But if you don't know, he literally works with the CDC on COVID and the vaccination. Where is my grinder? So he is a wealth of knowledge, but he's also a fucking beefcake and just a sweet treat to stare at. He is gorgeous. I worked with him at Johns Hopkins for quite a bit. We worked in the neurosurgeon area, obviously. I was surgical. He is neuro. Sorry if I'm repetitive. I'm a little high. Oh shit, your wife's a middle school teacher? Oh my god. Bless her heart. Middle school is the worst. Did she pick that? No, you stay on that soapbox forever in the name of your lovely wife, who not only teaches, but teaches middle schoolers. Bless her fucking soul. Holy balls. Wow. That, I mean, does she like to be spanked extra hard in the bedroom? Not asking in a weird way, but that is. I mean, I'm not a teacher, but I know for a fact I was the worst of my life in middle school. I was expelled in middle school. Like, that is not a great time for kids. They are ass dicks. Wow. Exactly. That's true. That you got me there. It is because I have to. Always, Clary. I hope someday we can all go to a con and like hug each other for real again. Not in hazmat suits. Insanity, saying the toddler teacher. I mean, honestly, anything under the age of 14, you guys are fucking. That's self-harm in my book. I don't know why. They're so dumb and smart and intuitive at the same time. How do you do it? Ugh, I can't. I was the youngest. I was the second youngest of 8. So, no thanks. Cheers. We are gonna host my boy Neuro. I'm just gonna host because my raid button is grayed out because I accidentally clicked it and unclicked it, and so now it thinks we already raided, but we didn't raid. Like, it's timing me out from it, so oops. But Neuro didn't give a fuck. Yeah, he's an amazing human. I'm not just saying that. He is like quality human being. If I catch wind that one of you from this chat have been cruel or disrespectful to my friend, I will hunt you down and have you taste the inside of your own testicular package. I'm very mama bear about this kind of shit. He's wonderful and beautiful. But he's got a really hot husband who also has really big muscles, so you be nice to my friend. But he's like fucking hella smart and super fun and will answer all your questions totally realistically. Like, he's a very chill, awesome person. Squeaky, that's what you think. Absolutely. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. Well, oh, it might. I actually haven't typed a fucking command in like 20 years, Safi. That's how old I've. So lazy. I bet I can raid with the command. Oh my god, I just haven't typed anything in like 500 years. I can. Safi in with the fucking age-old shit. I'm so used to having dashboard buttons, I've become lazy and fat. What's happened? Hold on, we got a cheers. I'm not giving up on the cheers, guys. I'm just typing his name so I'm ready. For yay. I want to make sure I spelled it right. Hero. Yep. Yes. Thank you guys. And puppy pets. Oh, hello. That sleepy girl. My mic in the way of her, probably. See how big they are? I'm 6 feet tall, my dudes. These are big dogs. So I love when they're sleepy. Oh, yes, dude. Can you tell I went to college? That used to hold my monitor up, but I was actually reading it the other day. Cheers. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you all for, like, coming back when I was gone for literally 5 days with a migraine. I mean, come on. I don't have people in my real life that would put up with that much, so I really appreciate you guys, seriously. Let us rad, my friend. Let us cheers. Like, she's so sleepy. She's so funny. Cheers. Motherfucker. I encourage you all to get up tonight, stretch, drink water, wash your fucking bong, because you can get fungal pneumonia. That shit is nasty. And be kind to yourself. Humans are fallible. Being alive today and, semi-functioning, that's a fucking win in COVID world. See you guys tomorrow morning.
I